Good evening and welcome to the November 6th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Robertson.
Present.
Councilmember Renee. Councilmember Bailey. Councilmember Cummins. Councilmember Cook. Councilmember Butler. And Councilmember Gordon. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Tonight, we will have our invocation by Pastor Paul Thibodeau of Impact Church, followed by the pledge to the flag. Please stand.
Good now? Yes. All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Holy One, eternal God, known by many names and beyond all names, invoke your spirit of life, your spirit of love, your spirit of community. Send your blessings on the people on this night as they meet and outside of this evening as they serve and have been called to lead the community in which we live, work, and play. Send your blessings upon the residents. Bring peace and patience in all dialogue and discussion. Let us not take for granted our positions and connections and our opportunity to collaborate and bring transformation and change to the individuals and collective communities that we represent. So grant us tonight the struggle for the spirit of justice, fairness, and equality in all that is thought, in all that is spoken, and in all that is acted upon. Impress upon the council members to allow themselves to be guided by wisdom, deliberate as they deliberate on the business before them. For such a time as this, dear God, you have assembled this cast of persons to do your work. Let your face shine upon this evening, and it is in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen. United States of America.
Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service this evening. We don't have any presentations or announcements on the agenda tonight, but when I attended a community meeting on, I think it was October 16th, that was coordinated by Tom Trimble as a community town hall, I was encouraged to provide updates in my opening statements or in an announcements portion of the agenda for matters that we may have updates on. So I'll start first with the elections that occur tomorrow. During the first week of early advance voting, the Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections and the City of East Point became aware of some boundary line issues with the City of East Point's council ward assignments. After review, it was determined that redistricting changes that were submitted and approved by the city on October 6th and October 20th had some variance from the final boundary lines that were approved. At the request of the Fulton County on October 27th through the 29th, the City of East Point conducted a street audit, which included assessment of the redistricting shape files, as well as review of all streets, street segments, ward segments, and elector lists. Then the city confirmed the accurate redistricted street assignments on October 30th, 2023. Fulton County and the City of East Point worked collaboratively to address the voting issues with a sense of urgency. Upon discovery, corrective measures were put in place to advise voters of their correct ward during early voting. The corrective actions taken included the City of East Point audited the final street maintenance and electors list, then reviewed and confirmed accuracy. The street segment reassignments for the impacted voters were completed in GAR VIS. Signage was placed at all advanced voting sites advising City of East Point voters to confirm their city ward before casting their ballot. Advanced voting managers at all 14 advanced voting locations were provided a list of the voters impacted to ensure that they received the correct ballot. Precinct cards notifying the impacted voters of their correct ward assignments were mailed. A letter notifying absentee by mail voters of the update was mailed, and they were mailed their correct ward ballot. The Secretary of State worked with Known Inc. and updated the City of East Point voter file has been uploaded to the poll pads. To date, a total of 12 incorrect advanced voting in-person ballots were cast during early voting and cannot be corrected. For the incorrect ballots cast, the correct ward assignments are as follows. Ward A, 6 voters. Ward B, 3 voters. Ward C, 2 voters. And Ward D, 1 voter. All updated voter information has been uploaded from the Secretary of State Georgia voter registration system to the Known Inc. poll pads, and a subsequent review will be completed before the City of East Point contests are certified to determine if the election results for a particular race may have been impacted. City of East Point voters are asked to confirm their polling location either on the precinct card mailed by the Fulton County or on the Georgia My Voter page at mvp.sos.ga.gov. On Election Day, November 7, 2023, voters must vote at their assigned polling location. In addition to confirming the correct polling location before going to vote, at the polling location, East Point voters should review their ballot before casting their vote. If you do not receive the ballot for your ward, please notify the poll worker so that you can receive the correct ballot. Every election is critical to progress, so vote on Election Day, which is tomorrow, November the 7th, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The other item that I want to give an update on is the FY21 audit findings and where we are with that. So we know there have been a lot of residents expressing concerns about what happened and accountability. As I shared at the town hall meeting, while our charter prohibits us from discussing publicly the performance of any city employee, we have evaluated, and I'm saying this because there was a special call meeting and it was indicated at the meeting that we were conducting evaluations of 3 of our direct reports. Additionally, the FY 2021 audit has been completed. We did receive information about a potential withdrawal of our bond rating from Moody's. Our Standard & Poor's bond rating was never affected. And I've been told by the city manager that our bond rating from Moody's will be reinstated on November the 10th. As it relates to the forensic audit, on October the 2nd, I believe our first meeting in October, council approved the engagement letter for the forensic auditor, Plant Moran. I think I'm still waiting to be able to sign that engagement letter, but that forensic audit will commence as soon as that is signed. Additionally, one of the other recommendations in the FY21 audit findings were that the City of East Point City Council, Mayor and Council should hire an independent auditor to report directly to mayor and council. We started to that process and asked the city attorney to provide to us draft language. And as we were going through it, the forensic auditor and their response indicated that they also have the ability to provide some guidance around the independent auditor position. The goal is to ultimately amend our charter through home rule charter amendment to ensure that the independent auditor reports to this mayor and city council. Additionally, we are still in the process of ensuring that we have a whistleblower number, preferably with a third party entity. Staff is supposed to be bringing us information about that possibility at our November 13th work session. And so I want to update you on those 2 critical items because I know we do receive a lot of questions and concerns. There was some questions and concerns during the voting. And so I have some other updates, but I think I'll include those as we talk about agenda items moving forward. So thank you all for being here this evening. And we will now proceed with
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, ma'am. I have two announcements. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, thank you for those announcements. I have one announcement too pertaining to voting. I wanted to remind everyone that Election Day is tomorrow and that City Hall will be closed for Election Day. So if you have any city business, it will have to be conducted on Wednesday. And each ward has 2 polling locations. So make sure that you know which one is your polling location. In addition to the voting, I wanted to clearly express that I am the Ward D at-large representative. In every map that was presented, my address was always in Ward D. No matter which map that was submitted, my address was in Ward D. When it got to Fulton County, there was somewhere or somehow it became in Ward C. So I say that to dispel any myths and rumors about East Point submitting the wrong information. Because if it were incorrect, then it matters not, because I am always on either map in Ward D. And so things happen. That's why when I went to vote, the polling worker notified me before I casted any ballot to check my ballot first. Upon checking, I saw that I was in Ward C. Work with her to correct that so I can vote in my correct ward. So I just wanted to put that information out there, because to say that the city did something, it's impossible for them to submit the wrong map because I was on both maps. My final announcement is some pleasant news. On Friday, we had a PSA agreement where we signed a contract for a master developer to develop the commons. And groundbreaking will start in January. So dirt is scheduled to be moved in January. So I wanted to make that announcement and leave us on some good news. We are moving the city in the right direction. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me those announcements.
Any other announcements? Seeing no other mics, we will now move to committee reports. Councilmember Cook or Councilmember Bailey?
None at this time for the HR committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just some brief comments. The Budget Finance Committee met on October 17th, and the time period that we reviewed at that time was the August 31st monthly report. Now, I want to fill in a couple of gaps here. One of the things that's going on right now is we're trying to catch up on the fiscal year audits. We just finished one. I think we got 2 more scheduled between now and the end of the year. And I'm making this comment because I want everyone to understand the budget variance reports that we look at monthly basically tells us where we are within a reasonable percentage of accuracy. And the final reports, or the final month, is audited. Those audits are certified before we create the financial report. So because we had a very late start with our audits this year, we got quite a bit of activity going on between now and the end of the year. Now, 2 more comments. As it stands now, as an unaudited finding, we're ending the previous year in real good shape. It turns out that we are enjoying the fact that some of the tax programs exceeded themselves. The local option sales tax, the T-Splosh, the most, all generated slightly more money than we anticipated that they would. So we're basically going to end the previous year with close to a $6 million surplus. I'm calling it a surplus right now only because I'm looking at the revenue. We still have to process all the outstanding invoices for expenses because we operate on an accrual basis. Now we're actually into fiscal year 24. This time of the year, the major issue the city must monitor is all expenses match with the available revenue at this time. That's important because a big slice of revenue is just now coming in. That's property taxes. The bills just went out a few weeks ago. The year began July 1st. So we're able to survive because the finance division does a very good job of managing what we call pool cash. And in simple terms, that's where all of the revenue goes in one big pot along with all of the expenses on that particular day. And we make sure the most important items are taken care of. We do that before we get that big surge of property tax revenue, which amounts to something like about $20 million. We don't have that extra $20 million on July the 1st, but we have bills. So that being done, we're pretty much on schedule in terms of what we anticipated we would receive for revenue. The reports we are looking at now do not contain property tax revenue because that revenue is still coming in. But quite a bit of that revenue should be on the books by the time the September report is generated. Madam Mayor, that concludes my brief report.
Thanks. Let's please also make sure that our phones are off, especially on the council dais, on silent at least. There's one other announcement that I forgot to include in the update on the audit finding that I definitely wanted to make sure I include as so there won't be appearance that I was trying to avoid it as it relates to the recovery of the remaining $785,000 per our insurance policies. There we have coverage for cyber crime and I think another cyber policy, one being $1 million coverage and the other being I think $2 million coverage, and then there's coverage for social engineering, which is only $100,000. The insurance company sent notification that they have determined that their initial decision is that it's social engineering, which would only be $100,000 and not the other coverages that have higher policy limits. And so the city which would leave a balance of $685,000, $685,090. So the city is appealing that decision, and to my understanding, we haven't received any decision back on that appeal. Next up is adoption of the council agenda. Can we get a motion to adopt the council agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Member Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt the council agenda.
So moved. Is there a second? Councilmember Renee? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is approval of city council minutes from the October 16th regular meeting of the East Point City Council. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, oh, go ahead, Karen.
Councilmember Renee?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the city council regular meetings from October the 16th, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is approval of the city council minutes from the November 1st special call meeting of the East Point City Council. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, make the motion that we approve the minutes from the special call meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
No discussion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We have no public hearings this evening. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have 6 public comments this evening.
Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time, up to 3 minutes, to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Mr. Eddie Lee Brewster.
That's that button right there, Mr.
Mayor and Council, good evening. I'm Eddie Lee Brewster. I live at 1847 Stanton Road, Unit 243. And I'm here to talk about two things. First of all, FACR, the Food and Land Community Action Authority, we are in our new season. And I wanted the residents to know that starting December the 1st, you can start applying for the light heating system. On December the 1st, seniors 65 and over. And on January 1st, the general public can start applying for our assistance. We've helped a lot of people this year, a lot of in East Point to pay utility bill, rental assistance. We'll start doing that again on December the 1st. And number two, I want to thank the city of East Point. I said I lived in Hillcrest. We had a fire a couple weeks ago, and a lot of the seniors were displaced. And I want to give a shout out to Councilman Robinson, who came on site to make sure everything was, the residents, you can imagine a lot of seniors, they were a little terrified. And the fire service in East Point was excellent. They got there before Grady did. And we got people placed with the Red Cross and housing for the night. So the city did a real good job. The residents really appreciated the fire service. And they told me to tell you, Councilman Robinson, they thank you for staying till 3 o'clock in the morning with them. You didn't have to do that, but they really appreciate that. And I see you got a straight out of Hillcrest t-shirt on, so we appreciate that also. But also, I was one of the persons impacted by the voting. I thought I was in Ward A, and I get to the poll, I'm in Ward B, back and forth. I'm a historic Ward D person, so I didn't really know. So I actually voted in Ward B. I can't change that now, but I thank Councilman Butler and especially the city clerk for really jumping on that to let me know what I should do or not do, because I was really concerned about that. I was not able to vote in my proper ward, but I'm satisfied with the present ward person in Ward B, but I'm a Ward A person. But thank you very much.
Up next, we have Francis Cronley. And he has time given to him by his wife, Olivia Cronley, so he'll have 6 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Council. My name is Francis Cronley. I live at 1706 Morris Avenue in Ward A. A little over a year ago, a bar and restaurant opened within 1 block of my home. And currently, they have a closing time of 4 a.m. The city of East Point currently has a last call of 5 a.m. Since then, there have been 2 homicides at the same establishment within the last 13 months. My community and my neighborhood are no longer safe, and I would like to request that the city of East Point take proactive measures against crime in our neighborhood and roll back the last call to 2 a.m. to reflect the rest of the cities in Metro Atlanta instead of our current 5 a.m. I feel like we are getting kind of the the late night partiers from all over Metro Atlanta. It's inappropriate. I don't think it's a good look for East Point. It makes my home, my community no longer safe. And furthermore, I would like to request that the city enforce a last call of midnight for any establishments in a residential community, any establishments within 100 feet of a residential home. I think that that would also be really great and improve our quality of life. And I think a lot of our constituents would appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time.
Next up, we have James Gonzalski, and my apologies if I mispronounce your name. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My subject is the same as Francis's. I want to talk about what happened at Crush the weekend before last. Again, two people have fallen outside of this
Sir,
establishment.
your name and address, please.
Oh, I apologize. James Gonzalski, 3179 East Point Street. As I was saying, two people have lives have been taken at the hands of another over the last 13 months. I want to pause and say I'm sort of astounded that these two events have received no press coverage, that two people could have died at the hands of another without that being newsworthy. I want to thank the council and staff for the quick action after this happened, the most recent homicide, your meeting with the neighbor, your sort of directing the city attorney to take action. Neighbors are very grateful for that. We're very thankful that you've been so responsive. But I also think I speak for all of my neighbors when I express my concern that this relief is only going to be temporary. Therefore, I also ask the council move forward with and bring to a vote a change to our laws about when alcohol can be served. This really needs to be enshrined in law. I think we're all worried that there's going to be a change in ownership or a transfer of the license or something that is just going to bring this, you know, like this fear that another violent event like this may happen, but B, candidly, the nightmare of everything you can imagine about living next to this type of establishment might bring. So 2 a.m. brings us in line with all of our adjacent cities. Hateful goes further and ends alcohol service adjacent to residential at 12 midnight. We're out of step, we're an anomaly, and we're in the wrong and we're behind. So we need to fix this. Businesses today have the option to exploit our lax rules, and that's exactly what is happening. You can see this with the Crush restaurant. When you look at Google Maps and you look at the graph of when they're busy, that graph spikes after 2 a.m. And you can also see it by looking out my window at 3 a.m. and seeing the residential streets of Center Park wall to wall with party goers that just arrived for those final 2 hours of partying. This exploitation is at the expense of the residents, and the harm is one way. In the early morning hours, residents are not blasting our music and disturbing the diners at Crush. In the early morning hours, our guests are not causing disturbances in the streets. And in these early morning hours, I hope that none of the residents or their guests are operating their motor vehicles while they're extremely intoxicated. So I really hope you guys hear our concerns. I understand there's an economic thing at play here. I think a vibrant nightlife scene is key to a vibrant city, which we want to be, but this is too much. And I would urge you to change it. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Linda Trammell.
Wasn't expecting to go so quick. Knees had to adjust. All right. My name is Linda Trammell. I live at 1792 Vesta Avenue, and I thank you guys for listening to us because I am concerned. Those of you who know me for a while, you know I'm very involved with community stuff, and I have no problem going to court watching, talking to a judge. So with that being said, at 3:35 on a Saturday, it bothers me that I didn't know that correlated with a young person dying. I heard the gunshots. We hadn't had gunshots in quite a long time. And it bothers me to know that that's happened, and that was avoidable. Because I've been here 18 years. We had problems with Central Station. I believe that was the name of the club. There should have already been an ordinance in place after that fiasco. And then we have the U-Bar. Again, our ordinance should have been in place. There should be something in place. We should have more than just a handful of you council thinking about making a change. It should be all of you wanting to make a change. This should never have happened. Some young person is no longer with us because we chose, and I say we because I'm a part of this community, we chose not to make a decision about getting an ordinance out there. We are just as good, if not better, I think, than the north side of town in East Atlanta. We should have something in place starting now, not waiting till they go to court because we don't know what's going to happen and how long that'll take. This won't take that long to write. We have to make this right for all of us. And I thank you for your time.
Lastly, we have Keith Time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to thank you again for the meeting we had last week. I think it was very productive. I'd like to see it go a lot further. I'd like to see an earlier, Keith Thiem, 1760 Vesta Avenue. I live a block from the establishment, and I'm saddened that 2 lives have been taken from us in 13 months. And I'm even more concerned that next time it may be one of my neighbors. I mean, there are parents raising their families within 100 feet of this establishment, and they get to hear loud music every night, cars revving up and down the street. We can't get emergency vehicles through. Their stereos are blasting when they arrive. Their stereos are blasting when they leave. They're yelling and screaming across the parking lot. And just to be blunt, it's been an extreme loss of quality of life, not to mention the 2 lives that have already been lost. I'd urge you to please raise the last call to 2 a.m. across the city. And then for abutting up to a residential area, midnight. And I'd also like to make sure that we also address the other issue that happens in this play, is that zoning. For late night establishments, they need to be in an entertainment district and a hotel area, not abutting up to residential. But I please urge you to take care of this before we lose another life and possibly a neighbor of East Point. Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you to everyone who spoke during public comments this evening. We will, as our rules indicate, we won't be able to respond to public comments at this time, but we do have some items on the agenda coming up where there will be discussion. Next up is agenda items. Do we have a motion on item number 1, approve the election of MEAG off-system margins for power supply year 2024? Councilmember Cook.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for discussion on this item, a brief discussion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Councilmember Cook.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to direct my request to the city manager for him to bring whatever particular employee he wants to bring forward so we can have a very short, detailed discussion on what this item really is all about and how we respond to it.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook, and good evening, everyone. I'm going to ask for Sean Dow to come up and he can kind of give a brief overview of this particular item. Sean?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the MEAG, this is a MEAG year-end settlement. And basically we budget, just for example, we budget, $100 in January. They spread out that $100 over 12 months. And in February of the next year, they true up that $100. Let's say we only spent 90 of it. Then in February of the next year, they give you back that $10. So what we've been doing with that, for some years we credited back towards the citizen, the residents' bills. And then other years, like last year, we took that money and we were able to redo the ballpark lights over at John Milner Park. So, they have, state-of-the-art lights from what it was before. There was all sorts of issues they were having. So we've 100% completed that project. And for this year, we're asking to do something of the same in that all of our security lights are the old orangish looking lights, the metal halide. So we're wanting to take that money and, change out our security lights like we've done with the regular street lights. And security lights are for businesses, the back of residents' homes, that type of stuff. So we're changing them out to the white LED lights.
Mr. Dow, just for the audience here, we go through this each year, and it's a simple case of just trying to match the accuracy of how much money we budget for our electrical expenses, and truing up of that same amount at the end of the year. We come pretty close because we communicate with MEAC constantly, but on average, we usually have a margin that may be as large as, and I'm going to speculate a little bit, but as large as maybe $1 million plus.
Yes.
And in decades past, because of the economy and the shape of the city and the cost of power, we've taken that money and actually deposited into the MEAG Trust Fund, the MCT.
Correct.
And the last couple of years, things have gotten better. So we look at other ways of using that same amount of refund.
That's correct.
Sometimes we keep it into our account because we still have the next year coming up. But we made an exception last year, right?
Yes.
We took quite a bit of that money and actually spent it where?
And John Milner Park.
And roughly how much money was that?
That was the total project was like I think it was $600 and something thousand for the total project.
You said $600,000 for lights in the park?
Correct.
Okay. Right now, we're not predicting what we're going to do yet because we don't know how much money, but what's your guess as to what you might recommend?
Yeah, that's, a very hard guess in that the money is really from the maintenance and that type of stuff of the generators that MEAG uses. So it's really a hard guess to give you a number of what it could be. But since I've been here in the 7 years, it's been between, I would say, like 800,000 to like 1.5 million.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot there because I'm sure you and the city manager will work up some place for that money to go, even if you have to keep it within the electrical fund because of the expenses you are now incurring and what you told me today.
Yes.
Cutting down trees.
Correct.
What have you. So we can come up with some good uses for that. But you highly recommend that this year we exercise our option of not putting the money in the trust fund.
That's correct.
Keeping it into our account for other uses.
Yes.
All right. And we will know roughly how much money it's going to be in a couple of weeks now?
In February.
In February. All right.
So this is just literally telling me how we would like to receive that money back.
Do you need an advance decision from us tonight? Or should we wait until the money gets here?
That would be great. They're waiting for an answer. So that would be great. But if we can't, if we can't come to a decision tonight, then, I'll notify MEAG and let them know that it'll be, another meeting or, whatever the case may be.
All right, well, based on what you're saying, I'm going to recommend to this council that we go ahead and exercise our option to put that money in the account rather than in the trust fund. Thank you.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quick question. I think you said at one point we used the money for for the residents? How did that process work and how do we deviate from that? Because I
So-
keep hearing that that's where they need relief.
Yeah, so basically MEAG would keep that money, right? And they would literally credit it against our bill for the following year. So it wasn't a direct, like the residents directly wasn't getting that more. So it would be credited towards our monthly bill with, for MEAG.
Question, but will the residents benefit from that? Will their bill go down lower? Because the way you're saying it, it sounded like that's what it was taking place.
No, yeah,
Okay.
no. So if I said that as, no, the resident bill won't go down lower. It would more so be from the city aspect, just between the city and MEAG, it would be credited towards that monthly bill that we pay to MEAG.
Okay, I yield on that, but I do hear again over and over about how the residents and all of us would need some assistance in that space. I yield and continue for discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. I think our wholesale cost of power annually is about 30 million, 36 million.
That's correct.
So we pay about $3 million per month to MEAG to be able to have our power company and provide power. And so the credit generally goes towards offsetting that $36 million wholesale cost of power.
That's correct.
Additionally, some time ago, council directed staff to do a utility rate study on electric, water, all of our utilities. And I know you probably aren't prepared for that tonight, but that is a requirement that we must do prior to making any determinations as to whether or not we can adjust rates either way. The current rates that we have been in place since 2013. Prior to 2013, I think there were 2 or more increases in the utility rates, but the current rates have been in place since 2013. And for a substantial period of that time, initially, we were engaged in a lawsuit regarding utilities or electric utilities and PCA about 3 or 4 years. It cost the city over over $1.5 million, which we ultimately won. And so there have been some challenges as it relates to wanting to make sure we, one, have a fund that is no longer in the red, but is able to at least break even or have funds there to ensure that if something catastrophic happens, we'll be able to restore our electric and our waters with funds that are already available, as well as what after that lawsuit ended, council directed staff sometime after that to do a electric rate study. And so I think it would be great to have an update on the November 13th work session agenda as to where we are on those utility rate studies, so that if we are going to make any adjustments to rates, if there is a need. I know we now have the municipal option sales tax, bringing in additional funding for water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure and things of that nature. But we probably need to start having that conversation and having it on the agenda for Monday to kind of see where we are, because we will soon be in the FY25 budgeting year. And so in order to be able to make sure we're able to make the decisions timely, we should have that discussion. I don't see anyone else in. The request is that we approve staff's recommendation. Is there any motion or action on this item? Press your button.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept staff's recommendation that the money is deposited in the flexible operating account.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is agenda item number 2, review and approval to purchase current software, hardware, and communications modules from vendor Novatech. Is there a motion? This is for our SCADA system.
Madam Mayor, make the motion that we open for discussion and possibly approve item number 2.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. See the interim city attorney light on.
Yes, Madam Mayor and council, good evening. On this one, I'm gonna ask that the mayor and council delay the vote on it. I've not had an opportunity to see this, review it, or make any comment on it.
Mr. King, this is operational. The city attorney is asking for it to be, I guess, placed on the November 13th work session agenda so we can discuss it. I'm not sure. My assumption is that legal and the city manager and the city operations and legal are working together to make sure that these items are ready before they come before us. And then Council Cook has a comment as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we are. In this particular case, we spoke a little while ago that this is an item he just wants to check on and make sure it has any legal concerns. And I'm fine with that. I don't believe it's a time sensitive thing. If we can hold it to the work session, is it, Sean?
No, it's not.
So I think we can do that, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cook.
Madam Mayor, since we're not running against the clock, and I do understand what's required here, I yield.
So, Mr. King, this is a staff item. You can do one or two things. You can place it on the work session agenda, or city council can make a motion to have this item placed on the November 13th work session agenda.
And the mayor make the motion that we move this to the 13th work session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the IGA with the City of Atlanta for acceptance of the 2023 Brian Justice Assistance Grant. Their motion to open the floor.
And the mayor make the motion that we open the floor for discussion regarding the grant.
So moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? The floor is now open. Mr. King, I see our police chief coming to the front. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'll have Chief Buchanan come up and tell a little bit about this one. This is something we receive every year, and I know he's looking forward to it, so he can give you a little brief discussion on this.
So the Burns Grant is awarded every year through the city of Atlanta. It's through the federal government, but they do not allow every city to submit. So you have to submit through the larger agency. So we submit it through Atlanta, then Atlanta gives us the funds. So it's not an agreement. It's just the process in terms of submitting the grant through Atlanta. Now we're using that money for our summer camp for our youth.
Madam Mayor? I'd like to make, okay.
Chief just indicated it's not an IGA.
Correct. So there's no contract between the city of Atlanta. The federal government will not allow East Point, College Park, and other jurisdictions to submit. Everybody has to submit through Atlanta. Atlanta gets the disbursement, then they give it to us.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up is ordinance to amend the official zoning map of East Point, Georgia for property located at 2441 Main Street. Is there a motion to open the floor for discussion?
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we open the floor for discussion for item number 4.
So moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. King, I see Ms. Smith at the podium. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Kimberly Smith, our Director of Planning and Community Development, will give us a brief overview of this item. Kimberly?
Good evening. Thank you, City Manager King. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council. Just want to briefly go over this particular application. The applicant has requested in writing to be deferred. Staff has no objection to them deferring. Public hearing for this item was held on September 18th, and it will come back to you at a later date.
Is there this date certain as to when it should be deferred to?
There's no date certain.
Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we defer this item.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The item is deferred.
Thank you.
Next up is court administration. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action?
Madam Mayor, I would like to get a motion to open the floor for court administration.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. So, this is from council because there's been discussion and review of the East Point City Charter, Section 6-105, Rules of Court, provides the chief judge shall have full power and authority to make reasonable rules and regulations necessary and proper to secure the efficient and successful administration of the municipal court. The rules and regulations made or adopted shall be filed with the city clerk, shall be available for public inspection, and upon request, a copy shall be furnished to all defendants in municipal court proceedings at least 48 hours prior to said proceedings. Additionally, the city current chief judge provided to council some information as it relates to what other cities do as it relates to court administration, and it ranges from having the court administrator report to the chief judge of the municipal court, and that chief judge, of course, by our charter, reports to the East Point City Council, and there were other arrangements as well. And so I see our Chief Judge, Rashida Oliver, here. I'm going to ask her to come to the front and to share an overview of what she learned as it relates to looking at other municipalities and how they are structured. So that to start our discussion with that, and then I'll open up the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As I sent the information that I was requested to provide, we looked at multiple cities that are around us and then some a little bit further out, just to kind of get an idea of what their structure was. There are some where the court administrator reports directly to the judge, the clerks report to the court administrator, and then it just flows in that way. There are others where the clerks report to the city manager, and then the court administrator reports to the city manager, and then they all kind of have to report also to the judge for judicial things. So GMA information is also sent, and in the GMA information, it says that the court administrator and the clerks must have a dual responsibility to report both to the governing authority as well as the judge, one for administration and the other for the judicial processes. So different cities are doing different things. There are a few that have the clerk's office reporting directly to the police department. Those are changing because they found that that is not the way it should be. So there are various ways in which you can do that, all of which, based on the information from GMA, are completely appropriate. The decision on how you'd like to do that would be totally up to you all in the direction that you want to go in. The concern that GMA had in their paperwork was that if the person was reporting to someone outside of the court department, did they know enough about what was supposed to happen in court to actually supervise that? And I believe that's why they ended up saying that there was a dual responsibility for administration, because they do fall under the budgetary processes of the city and the governing authority, but also the judicial side as well, because they have to follow the same judicial ethics as a judge would.
Thank you, Judge Oliver, for that summary. Councilmember Renee.
Thank you for that. Based on my experience, and I could be wrong, but the clerk of the court is almost like a conflict of interest to report directly to the judge. And it's very few districts or courts where that happens. But I'm going to yield, and I'm going to ask if it pleases the mayor, the city attorney, if he's had an opportunity to review this as well, as a legal opinion, because you referred to GMA, but I also like to have a legal opinion on this and how this is structured, if it's okay with the mayor.
Rules allow council to ask questions of the city attorney. I will respond after he responds. I work in court system, so
So
go
have I.
ahead.
So have I, so
Attorney Williams.
Thank you. This actually came up about 5 years ago out of the former city attorney, because we were threatened to have been sued at that time by an attorney who said that it was illegal and actually a violation of the 3 separate branches of government to have the judge to oversee the clerk. After Mr. Bowman did the research, he found that to be correct. He showed it to me, I agreed with it, and Mr. Gardner at that time separated them and brought in Ms. Riley as the clerk and Ms. Probst as the court administrator. I actually also did some research. The city of Atlanta actually has the administrative reporting to all of the judges. I actually talked to 2 of the judges particularly because they said they didn't want it was a conflict for the clerk to report directly to the judge, one judge, so they wanted all the judges to be able to vote. It's almost like all of them, just as you would. Brookhaven, administrative reports to the city manager. City of Decatur, administrative reports to the city manager. Douglasville, administrative reports to the city manager. Lithonia, administrative reports to the city manager. Sandy Springs, administrative reports to the city manager. City of South Fulton, administrative reports to the city manager. City of Stone Mountain, administrative reports to the city manager. I personally called each and every one of these courts because I saw this as an issue. In addition to that, I called GMA myself and talked to Rushi. He agrees that there is an issue with that. He did refer me over to the municipal court, and I did leave a message for LaShawn Murphy, who I expected to be calling me back so I can get some clarity, but I don't disagree with Councilmember Renee. I think it provides an incredible conflict, and it's a slippery slope, and it provides an inherent issue with the judge being able to tell a clerk what to do, because the clerk's job is totally separate and apart, just as a prosecutor's would be. And the judge is correct that they do have similar canons as with a judge, but my read doesn't say that they have the exact same canons. Thank you.
And just for clarity, the discussion is about the court administrator, not the clerk. So we have a clerk of courts, and we also have court administrator. And in a number of courts, the clerk of courts reports to the court administrator, who then reports to the chief judge or the judges within it. So it's not a direct report from the clerk to the judge. It's a report from the clerk to the court administrator. So the question is, our charter says court administration rules and regulations shall be determined by our chief judge. I'll go to member Gordon. Did you have your light on? So I had.
Okay, I have 2 questions. I'm not really sure. Is this, it says council, but was there someone on council who brought this specifically forward?
The discussion regarding in our evaluations, this came up, so I'm not going to get too far into that, but the decision of council, I think we came out, I can't remember if we voted, was to make some decisions as it relates to this. So that's why it's from city council.
Okay, so this was discussed at a previous, I just don't recall this being discussed at a work session.
I said this was discussed as a part of evaluations of our direct reports.
Oh, I couldn't quite hear you, that's why I was saying.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
This was discussed as a part of evaluation of our direct reports and review of the charter at that time, and a discussion of this coming forward to make a decision as it relates to this by council.
Okay. I was unable to attend that meeting. For whoever's item this is, I would just ask that we have a more detailed discussion in work session, because I'm not sure if the ask is going to be to take action tonight, but I wouldn't be prepared to do that tonight without kind of hearing more information, and then I'm listening to what the city attorney has just stated, and I'm not prepared to take action. I would not want to do that just tonight after hearing this for the first time.
Councilmember Butler and Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did you want Ms. Shropshire to go first, or is it okay for me to go first? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving us a breakdown, saying that there were different ways to do it in different places. I appreciate that. I do have, I think this question should go to the city attorney. So the mayor has raised the point, well, maybe we should wait and do this at work session, but I'll just ask the question anyway. The mayor said something about this being in the charter. Could you help us understand what that is? And then, Your Honor, I do have a question for you too. Could you tell us the difference between the administrator and the clerk? You know, some of us don't understand that. And so whichever way you guys want to go.
Right, clerks of court, they maintain the record of the court. They also keep the record from the judicial proceedings that are going on. Administrators are going to deal with how the court is being run, processes with regards to the facility itself, and making sure that things are in place so that the court can run appropriately. So the clerks are keepers of record. That is their primary function.
Councilmember Butler, as it relates to Rule 6-105, I actually looked at that and I went back and looked at the legislative intent, and I talked to other city attorneys who were here, who also had to apply this. And this talks about rules of court. The legislative intent is the local rule. Every court gets to enact local rules, meaning you can't wear hats, you can't wear jeans sagging, you must be on time, things of that nature too. And it says full power and authority to make reasonable rules and regulations necessary and proper to secure the efficient and successful administration of the municipal court. We're talking about a session, not the actual administration. Because if the judge becomes the administrator, what does the administrator do?
Okay, and I don't think we've said the judge would come the administrator. I think we said the court administrator would report to the judge who is responsible for administration. Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Cummings. And again, this is not just one person who's made a decision about this. This is a consensus of council, which is why it's on tonight. We can further have more discussion at the work session for those who were not at the meeting and not a part of the discussion, but this wasn't a one-person thing. Councilmember Shropshire and Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. And I was actually going to have you to read what the charter states. And I think this is not about everybody. It's one particular person according to the charter, which is the court administration. And the court clerk, if I'm saying it right, will still report to the court administrative and not the judge. But the court administrative will report to the judge, and the staff of the court will still report to the court administrator.
Started the discussion reading the information from the charter rule 6- charter provision section 6-105 rules of court. I'll go to Councilmember Cummings. Is to not take action tonight. We can put it on November 13th work session, but this is clearly not a one-person item. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think you guys may have answered the question. I was trying to figure out who was supposed to be reporting to who, because we kind of got a whole lot of talking going. So I was just trying to figure out. So if there were an ask, it was the administrative would report to Judge Oliver, and the clerk report to the administrator. The clerk and staff report. Okay. And then I know we have city charter, GMA rules, state rules, what other people are doing. So I think it would be best if we did take this to work session so we can kind of sort through it and just try to figure out what it is. It's a lot of water just got real muddy. So I just want to try to make sure that we make a good decision here.
Intentionally. Councilmember Cook.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, if I may. because I'm testing my memory of the last conversation. But if we're going to take it to a work session, let's make sure that we clear all of the smoke out of the room by having, first of all, the charter there present so we can go through it line by line. And then as many misinterpretations of what it is we need to change so that we make sure we're not still trying to hold on to something that we've already found to be laborious to activate. So keeping it simple, if we're supposed to follow what's in the charter, word for word, then let's find out where we are not doing so and stop that bad behavior. If it's just a simple case of tweaking what's in the charter, and I didn't say that, that's what I meant. Okay.
Process, we don't just tweak charters and we don't decide what we want to abide by and what we don't. But go ahead, Councilmember Cook.
So let's make it a work session item, but let's be prepared to resolve this issue. Bring everything we need. If we got to say time out, let's read this session, let's agree with this. Let's do that. So we won't be operating off of hearsay, and we end this conversation completely satisfied. We made corrections if we needed to. We left something alone if we needed to.
All right, is there a motion to place this on November 13th work session?
Madam Mayor,
Make a motion that we place this item on November 13 work session.
second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council review and approval. Thank you, Judge. Council review and approval to utilize state contract with Southern Computer Warehouse for court security upgrades and installation, access doors, and security cameras for court clerk offices and chief judge's chambers that she doesn't even have input in the amount of $92,817.34. Is there a motion to open the floor?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we open the floor for discussion regarding to utilize the state contract with Southern Computer Warehouse.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. King, I see staff walk into the podium. Turn it to you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, our court administrator, Kimberly Prose here, and also our interim contracts and procurement director, Thurman Lawrence, is here as well to answer questions on this item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. The ask is to have updated equipment for the court. Security cameras, security door access, panic buttons, security monitors installed for the court. Not only for court staff safety, but for public safety as well.
Has this gone out through procurement?
That's the state contract that we're utilizing. That's part of the procurement process.
Thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember.
Now, you know how I feel about these tag-along, these piggybacks.
Councilman Butler, the purpose of the state contract, as I said before, they actually put those out there for municipalities. They're highly competitive. And so this actually works in hand with us because we're actually utilizing the same company through a grant as well. So this actually works definitely in hand with what we're trying to accomplish here at the city.
Follow-up question, what is the dollar amount? I think we have two different numbers.
The dollar amount is $92,817.34.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor?
I'd like to make a motion to approve to utilize state contract with Southern Computer Warehouses for the court security upgrades and installation of access doors and security cameras for court clerk office and chief judge chambers in the amount of $92,817.34.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion. Is
Councilmember
this
Shropshire.
time sensitive?
It is. It is. And according to the company, it's going to take approximately 3 weeks to get this work done.
So how long had you all known that the court needed furniture before you brought it to council?
Before we needed access, door
Mhm.
access. We've known for a while. It's been a matter of, we've been getting a lot of upgrades. We had to get AV equipment installed. We're open to the public. We had to get furniture installed. We've had a lot of work to get done. We did have one office that was flooded out. So there was a lot of things that stood in the way.
And you're just not bringing it to council,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
but you've known about it for some time.
We've known about it for some time. Again, when we had a major office flood with a sewage leak, a lot of things just began to set us back.
Okay, because it could have went to work session.
Any further discussion? You made the motion to approve, right? You did. It's been seconded. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next item is council discussion and possible action of installation of new security cameras on the same state contract for customer care in the amount of $147,076. Is there a motion to open the floor? This will come from CIP funds.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for possible discussion and action for the purchase and installation of new security cameras on Southern Company Warehouse State contract.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got Shannon Golden, our Deputy Finance Director. I've got Michelle Adams, our Customer Care Manager, and also Dermot Lawrence, Interim Contract Procurement Director, to talk a little bit about this particular item. Shannon?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. What we're proposing here is that we need to upgrade our security cameras for customer care. We're piggybacking off a state contract. It's the same as the court as well as police. So we want to go ahead and get these cameras installed.
Renee?
Has this gone through procurement?
Yes, ma'am. We're doing the same process of the state contract.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just out of curiosity, because of some recent events that we're dealing with, we're going to have enough left in this year's budget to make another addition to this system because of some recent events that I'm sure you're aware of.
I'm sorry.
You're being a bit cryptic. I'm not sure if
Okay.
they can follow. You probably got to give a little bit more information
well-
or talk to them offline.
Let's just jump right on this. We've already identified one or two more areas within this building that we want to cover with security cameras. So all this is hitting roughly about the same time, and you're about to drain your CIP funds. But at the same time, these items have a high priority. So the question is, we move on these items, we're probably going to have to look to see what we have left to see if the additional activity we want to include can be put in the fiscal year 24 budget, or do we need to budget for 25 starting now?
Right. Well, we can make that assessment with the 24 budget, so we can include those additional items that need to be included once we get the costs before us.
Okay, I'm sitting here and I'm reading in your eyes that you want to strike while the iron is hot. So let's go ahead and do what we can with the available CIP funds, and whatever is missing, we're so close to budgeting for the next year, we just go ahead and include it there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase and installation of the new security cameras on Southern Computer Warehouse State
Second.
contract.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilmember Butler.
I want you guys to seriously consider these piggyback contracts. We are a city. we have the ability to put out an RFP and let people bid. I don't want us to do that.
He just giving you some feedback. He giving food for thought. Think about it. Take action if the city manager so directs. Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is ratification of final plat for Stonegate subdivision. It's from Planning and Community Development, Public Works. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion of possible action?
Madam Mayor, I open the floor. I make a motion to open floor for possible action on the ratification of final plat for Stonegate subdivision.
So moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. King, the floor is now open. It says this is from Planning and Community Development, Public Works.
Mayor, I'm gonna call Kimberly Smith to come on up and give a little overview of this one and also her staff who are here. So Kimberly? And also Jeff is here. Jeff Reeves, our Public Works Director, is here as well.
Good evening again. Thank you, City Manager King. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. In reference to this item number 8, to ratify the final plat for Stonegate subdivision, we're asking that the city, if they're able to make a determination on this item is usually taken through a work session process along with going to a city council meeting. However, because of circumstances outside of our control, we were wanting to bring it for you this evening to see if you will be able to take action on it this evening. And we are aware that there's a work session item as well as a city council meeting that is needed. However, we would like to ask if there's no legal ramifications for you all taking action on it this evening.
City Attorney, has this been reviewed by City Attorney? It's a real estate matter. Mr. King, has this been reviewed by the City Attorney?
I will check with him and see. Do you all know if
Oh, I guess we can just wait till he
we'll
comes back
just hold
in.
on? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
That's it.
I mean, this is a real estate decision. If we're gonna take it tonight prior to a work session, it has to have been reviewed by legal to make sure that whatever legal documents are correct. What's the need for taking action tonight and not discussing it at a work session? Or it can be tabled because it's a real estate. I don't know if this is real estate. This is final plat. So this is probably a zoning issue. So I'd say it could be tabled to discuss an executive session, but like, I thought you all meet on Mondays prior to the meetings to go over the items so we can make sure that they've been reviewed.
Madam Mayor, I'm gonna have this pushed to next week, and then we'll make sure that our city attorney has looked at every item on there. It can wait a week for now at this point because.
City Attorney Williams.
Yes, Madam Mayor, there is an agreement which is now in order that actually probably should accompany that as an addendum. I'll make sure that that's with it on that Stonegate matter. I didn't know it was coming for you tonight. I'm sorry.
I just expect when things show up on the agenda that they're ready. So it sounds like you weren't given the opportunity to review it. So is there a motion to place this on November 13th work session?
Okay, go ahead. I would like to make a motion that we place this item on the November 13 work session.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes. You mentioned that you brought this for us tonight for a reason. Is there any reason we can't discuss and get this done today?
The subdivision ordinance calls for these type of final plats to go on a consent agenda. And in order for any item to go on consent agenda, it's to be held before a work session. So that is the process. However, under the circumstances that are outside of our control, it was more of a, we're trying to assist homeowners that are currently purchasing homes, and we're wanting for them to be able to move in. But we are not able to provide certificate of occupancies prior to a final plat being adopted and certified at the city courthouse. So we were really trying to move forward more of helping citizens that are waiting to move into their homes.
This question is for Mr. Reeves.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeffrey Reeves, Director of Public Works.
Has the applicant done everything they need to do in order for us to give this final plat for Stonegate?
Everyone from all the utilities have signed off on this plat, yes.
So everybody signed off on it, which means that the only thing that has to happen now is the council to sign off on it. So everybody thinks everything's okay.
Yes, sir.
So is there a reason why we need to push it off if everything is okay?
Well, I don't, in my opinion, I mean, as like our interim city attorney has addressed, the addendum needs to be attached to it as well. And if Kim says it needs to go through a work session, I don't see any reason why it could not go to the work session and then go through the process. I mean.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
And it's not on consent agenda tonight. So you said it has to be approved by consent. It's on the regular agenda. Councilmember Shropshire, did you have any additional?
I do.
The motion is to place it on the work session.
I just have a question. Why wasn't all of the information attached tonight? For what reason that didn't happen?
It sounds like that maybe there was a breakdown in getting it to the city attorney to review for tonight so that all of that could have been taken care of. I'm not sure, but it doesn't sound like it's ready. And the city attorney indicated that he didn't have a chance to review it. That happened on another item on the agenda tonight as well that we placed on the work session. So I'm hopeful moving forward that whatever is needed to be discussed with the interim city attorney is done so that at least, or if not, it's not placed on the agenda. So we could just put it on the work session. But I think that's the challenge tonight with this.
Is this time sensitive?
So Councilmember Butler kind of asked the same question. It sounds like there may be some homeowners trying to close on their purchases. And I don't know if they're trying to close before November the 20th, because if that's the case, it won't be done if it's not done tonight. Before then, the Planning and Community Development Director indicated that it needs to be on the consent agenda. Right now, it's on the regular agenda. The other issue is that, there's a possibility of on the November 13th work session indicating that action may be taken. But again, that won't be a consent agenda item, and I haven't looked at the actual ordinance to see if there's a specificity that it must be on consent or just that the council has to agree to it. Because if that's the case, we may be able to get it done on Monday by indicating on the work session agenda that action may be taken on this item. So does it specifically say it has to be on consent agenda, or it has to be consented to or approved by council?
Consented to. The ordinance says that it has to be approved by consent of city council.
Which is by approval of city council? Yes. Okay, so that's option one, do it tonight. Doesn't sound like we're ready. Option two, November 13th, have all the information as a part of the work session discussion and indicate on the agenda that action may be taken such that council could vote that night to make it happen. Option three, discussion at November 13th work session and then vote at the November 20th meeting of East Point City Council. Right now, the motion on the floor is for option B of sorts, or option two, which is to move it to the work session agenda. The only thing, I don't know if council taking action on the 13th could potentially help. So there could either be a friendly amendment to the motion that's on the floor to place it on the November 13th work session with the indication that action may be taken. Or if the motion proceeds as is currently on the floor, action wouldn't be able to be taken until November 20th. So
Madam
it can
Mayor.
either be a friendly amendment or a substitute motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I make a friendly amendment that we approve the Stonegate final plat if there's a second in the will of council.
So that's not a friendly amendment, Councilmember Butler. That's a substitute motion. You making a substitute motion that we approve it tonight, so you're going to option 1?
Yes, ma'am. I'll make that substitute motion.
So there's a substitute motion that we ratify the final plat of the Stonegate subdivision. And Councilmember Renee seconded the substitute motion. Is there any discussion on ratification of the final plat for Stonegate subdivision? Seeing no, or all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Is ratified this evening. Next up, update on Recreation Center. Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Butler.
Thank you.
Motion to open the floor for discussion.
Thank you. Motion to open the floor for discussion.
Second.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open.
Madam Mayor, just give you everyone an update. The staff has put together a proposed scope of work that will provide for the solicitation of an RFP for services for a architectural design team. And so that has been drafted. And so you'll probably see that going out within an upcoming week. And then there'll be solicitation of bids, which will come back to you for your review and discussion. So usually it takes about 3 to 4 weeks. And then I'm thinking is with that timeline, we should be able to get something back to you next month where you'll be at a chance to vote on some proposed recommendations for the architectural firm for the design and building of the rec center.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that's great news. So just to summarize, so everybody know, we're planning on putting a rec center in Ward D. And what you're saying is that by next month, we will have a RFP for bidding to do the architectural design of that recreation center.
Yes, Councilman, but actually it should go out next week. Dermot Lawrence will put together a timeline, and I know I'm maybe a day or two off, but usually gives you 2 full 3 weeks for bidding solicitation. He'll have a meeting, have him come in, answer any questions of prospective bidders at a pre-bid conference meeting. And then he'll, at that point in time, have maybe an addendum to the solicitation. I'm just throwing it out, what the process may be. But all that said, it should be brought back for you. I'm looking at December with that timeline, provided he goes out next week for advertising.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I think the last time we had someone present about the rec center, I think it was Director Pinkett. And at that time he had mentioned a grant application. Is there an update on that, or can you talk to us about that?
Yes, Shaquita Barnes at the time had applied with them for the grant. Unfortunately, we were not one of the final recipients. And at that point in time, we already had money budgeted in the event that we weren't, because the grant would have paid for the architectural design, but we already put money aside just in case, so we could have saved it, but we had budgeted for it in the event that didn't work out.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to yield.
Any further action on this item?
No,
Next
Madam
up
Mayor.
is update on insurance claim regarding wire transfers. Councilmember Gordon, motion to open the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to open the floor for discussion regarding an update on the insurance.
So moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to again ask the city manager for an update On the insurance claim, as we have somewhat of an update from you, Madam Mayor, earlier in the meeting, but just wanted to get a little bit more information if we could.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon. Yes, the mayor's overview was correct, but to add some more information to that, we are in the process of having some written information that goes to them. The city has enlisted a cybersecurity expert to help put some information together that'll go along with the appeal. And then that'll be part of the overall documentation that'll be sent to Travelers Insurance. I got to give credit to our city attorney and also to our HR director, Ms. Iris Jesse, who have been we're working on this item. And so Travelers had been notified, as Mayor had alluded to. And so at this present time, we are fortunate to get this cybersecurity expert who will help us fashion the information that we need that'll be added on to the information that's going to go to Travelers. And there's going to potentially be an update next week, an executive session too, from what Ms. Jessie has provided, which will go also to our city attorney to give some extra information. So we're hoping for next week to maybe have an update, a further update.
Okay, thank you. Is the cybersecurity expert more IT based, or what type of expert?
I believe he's more IT based. I could have Miss Jessie tell me her thoughts on, but I believe he is. I believe, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure of his full background, but they had retained his services to help put some information together.
Okay. Is there a timeline on when you think the appeal will be submitted to the carrier?
Well, there's additional information we just received from what Ms. Jessie said from the cybersecurity expert. So I would imagine that could go this week once we have it. We want to make sure our city attorney sees that added information, and then that'll be added on to what will be sent to Travelers.
Okay, thank you. I will yield to any other questions or comments.
So no one else has their light on, but we have a monthly update from staff on the FY 21 audit findings and where we are on all of those things, including insurance and the criminal investigation. So that is on the November 13th work session. It's on the work session monthly. So hopefully they'll have some more information by Monday to include in that monthly update that will be provided to council, because those questions will be asked again. What? That's.
Can I ask him to be prepared to answer?
Councilmember Renee.
On Monday, I would like the staff to be prepared to go over the 2021 budget audit, the 2021 budget audit that was recently done by, I think, Tab and Tab. I think the residents should get a complete update on what that audit looked like, since the other audit produced some situations for the city. So I would really like to hear a complete overview of what the 2021 audit produced and what it came out with. And I would like for staff to be prepared to talk about it in length. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And the other update is the FY 2022. I think I said this earlier, but if I didn't, the FY 2022 audit per the city manager should be completed by the end of November, so end of this month. And we will be doing a solicitation for the FY 2023 audit. And I'm not sure if that solicitation has already gone out or it will be going out. So we'll be getting our audits complete, I guess, 1 and 2 by the end of this year, and then fiscal year 23 we will be on time to have that completed. They're generally done right after December. So, all righty. Next up, resources and supports to strengthen the permitting process. Councilmember Bailey, motion to open the floor.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion for discussion and possible action related to resources and supports to strengthen the permitting process.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Kim. I know a lot of work has been happening in your department, and I'm just waiting to hear the great things that are going on. I know City Manager King spoke about some of the plans. I think you listed like 10 different items based on the focus groups, from hearing the residents, talking to business owners, and then also information that I provided from talking to residents as well. You've put some things in place, so I'm eagerly waiting to hear what you have to present.
Thank you, Councilmember Bailey, and I appreciate you having this on the agenda so that we can kind of give you an update. There has been some things that have happened since we've last had this discussion. You know, Kimberly and her team have added some key pieces to the team, and so I wanted her to be able to give you that update. So thank you for putting this on the agenda and having the foresight to have us kind of look in some things. So thank you so much. So I'm gonna turn it over to Kimberly. She'll give you an overview. And I want to introduce some of her staff. She has people she could want to introduce to you all as well.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you, City Manager King, Madam Mayor, and fellow council. So we're here again giving a summary of the support for the permitting and plan review process for planning and community development. I want to take us quick second just to thank Councilwoman Bailey for sticking with this and moving this through, just asking for the summaries and how we're doing on it. So I'm very excited about this. This is a long time coming. The first item on the list, we finally hired a project manager, and I'd say this is very, very important, and we're very excited to on board. Actually, her first day is today, and I'll introduce her after I've gone through all of the items, along with another key administrator for the department. But this project manager position is very key to us moving our applications, any type of plan review application, any type of permit. It's going to be the person that people will be able to call directly if they're having issues or concerns or trouble moving their permits and plan reviews through the process. This particular position will manage the entire plan review process, meaning that she will be working directly with all the technical reviewers, following up with the technical reviewers and contractors and property owners. So this is a very, very key position that we are just so happy to finally onboard as of today. Ms. Angela Patrick's first day is today. And again, I'll introduce her in a moment. And this was one of the highest recommendations from the 2017 Matrix report. So again, we're very, very excited to have her finally starting to fill that void and gap that we've had for some time now. The other thing that we've moved forward on since last time is filling some of our open positions. And as of today, we filled an assistant permit coordinator position as well. And we also are in the process of onboarding our assistant director, which I haven't had one since I've been here. I've been here for 5 years. So I'm very, very excited to onboard Lee Kelly. He's going to be joining us later in the month, but he is here this evening. And again, I'll be introducing them after I've done with the next couple of items. Item number 3, adding needed support for our department. We have advertised all these positions. We're currently going through the applications for a permit technician and additional permit coordinator to just beef up and support the permitting team that's currently in place. We have also started the onboarding process to transition our current admin that are answering our phones and responding to emails that come through for customer service. From a customer service perspective, we'll be onboarding 2 full-time admins to hold the role for fulfilling phone calls and emails. So we're happy about that. One of the particular people they've been with us for over a year in a temp status. So we're excited to bring them on the team full-time and permanence. Item number 5, we are in the process, we're in contract negotiations to obtain a temporary emergency support services to support our building inspections team, our permitting team, and our plan review team. So we're very happy about working through the contract on that item. We've also started vetting the EPR process with several different companies. And our next step for that is bringing in IT to see how we can better coordinate the best company for us. And that particular item is dealing with the current permit tracking system that we have in place called BSNA. And we're also reviewing the salary enhancements. We talked about that. That's an ongoing process that we've been working on for the last couple of months, and that's ongoing. So we'll be working along through that process. Item number 8 is dealing with implementing our express permit counter. And again, we're under contract negotiations to bring someone on immediately to immediately assist in supporting small term projects that come through. And I want to say 80% of our projects are small in nature. So this will really be a good help for all of the property owners and smaller type of projects for our contractors that will be able to come in and get permits and plan reviews within a day's time. So we're working with a contractor and a team of folks from a contract perspective to see how they can get us jump started to have that in place for our community. And then the last item is item number 9, which is our virtual plan review meeting that we have not had since COVID hit. And that has been reestablished, and that is going to work hand in hand with our new project manager as she will oversee that process to make sure that our plan reviewers and our applicants are working hand in hand to get the plans moved through the process as soon as possible. And I know with all the additions that we're adding, people are wondering how we may pay for all of these things. So I just want to give a brief overview of the numbers that we've had. This particular slide is a 10-year overview from 2013 to 2023. The blue line represents the permits that we've issued over the years. And I want to point to year 2022, where we issued the most permits that the most permits had been issued over the 10-year period, which was 4,399 permits were issued last year. So we're really proud of that with the team that we have in place now. To just give you an overview that we've been working really hard and steadfast to keep us going. And in the top corner, and it may also be on the next slide as well, but the graph shows you above in the right-hand corner that in 2022, there were fees collected in the amount of $3.2 million. And just to give you a quick snapshot, it takes about $1.2 million to run the current staff that we have now. So we have outperformed the cost of running the department by about $2 million. This is just a quick overview of what I stated before, featuring last year where we made $3.2 million. In that column where it says $331 million, that's the value of the projects that were brought before us and issued. This is our business license team that we have. Over the last 10 years, we've pretty much been in the $1 million revenue realm, and we've kind of stayed fast with that. Last year, 2022 being the highest amount of revenue that we've made over the last 10 years. Total with business licensing as well as our permitting fees that we've collected, total last year, I just want to feature that as $4.4 million. And as of October last month, we're at $3.7 million in combined collected fees for the city. And we still have November and December to go. So we're looking pretty good. That was it. That was the last slide. I just wanted to make sure that we put our numbers out there because you all are probably wondering how we're going to pay for all of the new people that we're getting. So I think we're in pretty good shape.
Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Bailey, Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Renee. Councilmember Bailey, Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Renee.
Thank you so much, Director Kim. You've done a fabulous job really listening to what the input from the focus groups. I think this is a game changer because if we're talking about development and improvement in our city, it's really, really going to be important as far as our permitting process to be efficient and our developers coming in and knowing, I think you said something about getting a permit in a day. So that's amazing. That's a big game changer. And I just want to thank you and your entire department for working on this, and also the city manager. I placed it on agenda almost every meeting, and we just had a lot of conversations. And I'm really glad that we're moving forward with a lot of the things that we discussed. And I know that the residents, the business owners will see the results, and that's what this is about, improving the quality of life for our residents. And I really believe that this is a great step in doing that. I also wanted to talk about the culture of yes. I see that that's where we're moving to, because sometimes it's like a culture of no, but we're moving to a culture of yes. We even did that tonight when we talked about the plat. So that's exciting. It's a new culture in our city as far as moving forward. And I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I do want to say thank you to Councilwoman Bailey because she made it her top priority and she really stayed focused about pushing changes in the permitting process. And so I want to acknowledge you for doing that because you really took the bull by the horns. A lot of us, including myself, we wanted change, but you went out there, you made sure we got change. So I appreciate that. I do want to thank Kim Smith. Some of these changes you've been advocating for, I think we're more than doubling the size in terms of number of employees to address some of these issues. I want to thank our city manager for finding money in the budget to implement these changes, to making sure it's a priority and that people were heard, and I do think it's valuable information for us to share that we've done 4,000 permits with a dollar amount of $2 million and then $3 million in the previous year. So we get a scale. I think that one person being unsatisfied is one person too many. However, giving us the scale of how many permits that we issue is incredible. Having given you all these accolades and everyone else, I do want to ask a question. When you use the word onboarding, can you give us what does that look like in terms of time? And then the follow-up question is, when can we notice an immediate improvement in the process so that we can adequately communicate that to our residents and to potential customers?
That's a good question. Thank you, Councilman Butler. Our project manager, and I'm going to take a minute to introduce her in a second, is Miss Angela Patrick. And in her interview that we had last month, she was the first person that I ever met that said that she was passionate about permitting and building. And throughout her entire career, she's had different experiences working in departmental operations, and she always went back to building and permitting. And so I think that we lucked out and got a really good person to fill that void. And I'm saying all of that to say that within an hour of her interview, she sent a 30, 60, 90 overview of how she planned to implement what we're trying to do. And so that was very impressive in itself. And I think that her role and her skill set and her experiences will be a great, great help to us. And she may be able to speak a little bit more about her 30, 60, 90 day plan, but it was pretty impressive and very detail oriented on how and what we will define as success. So I'm excited to have her. And this is Miss Angela
Good
Patrick.
evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Angela Patrick, come to you with over 15 years' experience in building permits, working for the City of Atlanta as Senior Project Manager, managing those operational and administrative processes. And then I went over to, well, I was with the City of Atlanta for a little over 6 or 7 years. And then I went to the City of South Fulton as Development Services Manager. And during that time, I started there in March of 2020. And of course, the pandemic hit, like right afterwards. So I was able to move about 95 to 98% of our permitting processes online, those applications online. Also, I established SLAs for residential and commercial plan review. So we were averaging prior to my onboarding, at least 30 days for residential projects. And so I was able to cut that back to 5 to 7 days. Some permits we were able to issue same day. So just being able to do like a baseline analysis to see where we are currently and where we're trying to go. And then identifying and implementing, the best methods to get there. So I am super excited to be here. And the reason why I say I'm passionate about permits is I was telling the city manager earlier that I started out in '98 as a permit clerk in Chatham County. I'm from Savannah. And I worked there for 8 years, went to school. I was a criminal justice fanatic. Like, I knew I was going to be a probation officer or going to courts. Came to Atlanta in 2013, permits. And so I started off in permits with the City of Atlanta as a permit tech. I was ICC certified in 2000 when the permit tech certification first came out. But when I started with Chatham County, I started as a permit clerk. 15 months later, I was promoted to development plans coordinator. When I was in Atlanta, came as permit tech. A year later, senior project manager. So, I went to, after I left the City of South Fulton, I went to the Partnership for Southern Equity. And I know you guys work with them with your equity inclusion study. And so I love the work that they did, but here I am again, permit. So I think I'm just going to stay because that's where my passion is. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to working with each of you.
And next, I want to introduce our new Assistant Director of Planning and Community Development. He comes to us from Clayton County. His start date is going to be the 27th of this month. And just to quickly answer your question, Councilman Butler, onboarding is basically the paperwork process to bring in someone officially on as an employee to City of East Point.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Lee Kelly. I'm originally from Henry County. I've been knowing Kim and Tyler for quite some time now. My passion is engineering design. My background, I've been doing engineering design and development for over 25 plus years now. Currently, I serve as the land development engineer with Clayton County. Overseeing plan reviews, working with different departments and other agencies. And I look forward in working with each of you and helping you to advance the City of East Point.
That is the conclusion of our presentation. Thank you.
No, we had some more comments from council,
Okay.
Forgot how we got there, but Councilmember Bailey, you finished, Councilmember Butler, you went, Councilmember Cook, and then Councilmember Robertson.
And I would like to encourage you to maintain the synergism that you've already created before your new hires appear today. I think it started about 3 or 4 weeks ago when I happened to be passing by the city manager's office and I overheard a very interesting conversation that I wanted to participate with. But the bottom line here is, it's very obvious to me that everyone is taking on a fresh new approach as to how this particular area of the city can become stronger in the way we serve the public. Looking at new ideas, being somewhat innovative, in fact, sort of just dropping the walls and say, let's just sit here and explore and just see what can be possible in terms of how we can increase our productivity, for lack of a better word. You know, everything doesn't necessarily have to be done the same old way we've been doing it. There's some new kicks out there. And I can tell right now, I think your whole unit is ready for that. You know, as long as I've been around here, I think this is the first time we're seeing the productivity in your area actually being done in a bar chart here that we can all understand. You know, usually it's a bunch of blueprints thrown at us and we're told just make it work kind of thing. But here you're bragging about the fact that you've been able to increase the permit issuance. Now, I promise not to reveal some of the innovative stuff that I did over here, because I think it's going to work if you firm on it. And I'm teasing everybody now, so you're going to have to produce it real soon. But I think there's some good days ahead for this unit. I think we're going to see a lot of things we just never thought could be brought to this particular area. Oh, I would just want to tease you guys so much, but I think it's not being fair to you. So let's just keep your nose to the grind here and let's just see what new stuff we're going to see next week. Did I put it on the hook? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am really excited about this good news. I mean, just reimagine. I think we are turning that corner. And welcome to the new addition to your staff. It sounds very refreshing. They seem committed and very, very experienced. And I think that community focus group also helped out a lot. And thank Mr. King for putting that together and everyone coming in, because time and time again, there's always been a permitting question that's always in the air, and East Point had a certain perception. But again, I think we're turning that corner, and I feel good because I am reimagining. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
So thank you so much for the update. Welcome, Ms. Patrick, and Mr. Lee will soon come. Is it David Lee? Am I right? Mr. Kelly. I'm sorry. I just made it up. I thought I wrote down the right thing. Church in my head, not my heart. But we are excited to have you all join us. You mentioned permits being issued in a day, and that was reiterated. Like, are we saying that moving forward, that is going to be the measurement by which this department will be measured, that permits will be issued in a day?
That item.
I think it needs to be cleared up because it was reiterated that permits would be issued in a day. I'm sure that's not all types of permits.
That item is associated with our express counter that we're going to be onboarding, and we are currently in negotiations with a firm that's going to support us in jumpstarting that process. And so the plan reviews will happen in a day. If all of the items are not there, then it may be an issue. However, for most of the items, whether it's for a mechanical permit, a plumbing permit, or anything like small type of projects, those projects and permits can be issued in a day, but it's really speaking to the plan review that it will happen, because our current standard is 10-day plan review, and it doesn't decipher whether it's a small project or a large project. And so we found, after looking at our numbers, that about 80% of all of our permit submittals are small scale projects. And so we really want to focus on getting them in and out of the door and not getting them caught up in that 10-day plan review window that they're currently undergoing.
So that sounds good. It would be great to have like what's one day, what's like, so that we're clear and setting reasonable expectations. Correct. And not overpromising and under-delivering. And people are like, but you said a day. I mean, that's for certain types. And I think we need to be clear about that.
Thank
The other,
you.
the other thing is, and I apologize if I missed it, was there any discussion about inspections and additional inspectors? Because that is a
Yes.
huge challenge. So if I missed it in the list of things, I apologize, but like,
Yes, it's included in the contract negotiations for the emergency services that we're currently looking to get. And so we're in contract negotiation with a firm that's going to supply the support that we need to get inspections
which number is
on
that?
track.
'Cause I'm,
Number 5.
so what's the plan to make more inspectors permanent?
Right now, we have 2 plan review positions as well as 2 inspector positions on the job board. And so we've been interviewing. The issue has been certification. And so in an interim, we're going to go with a firm where we don't, where we have the support that we need to service, to provide service delivery of the demand that we currently have.
So you said there are 2 inspector positions that are posted as available on our city website for
Yes.
jobs, and there was what another position? you
Plan
mentioned?
reviewers.
So will those be plan reviewers or will those be inspectors?
We're looking for 2 building inspectors and 2 plan reviewers. So it's 4 different positions. The 2 building inspector positions are current positions. They're already included in our budget. So we're just needing to get certified individuals in place. As a support and a gap between
Yeah.
getting those on board, we're getting the contractors to come in.
So once those additional 2 inspectors are hired, we'd have a total of how many?
4.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Councilmember Robertson.
Yeah, I just want to pass along, and I brought it up before. One of our residents, a couple of our residents brought up some of those small projects. If there's somehow we can create some type of amnesty program for some of those real small projects. Some of the homeowners they don't even want to do repairs to come down to get a permit for hanging up a fan or something. Can you look at that or let that be part of the conversation in the future to pass on some type of small project amnesty for a day or 2, something like that? And this as part of the conversation might be something beneficial for our residents. I yield.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if you need a permit to hang a fan. We need a permit to hang a fan in your house? You need to have a permit to hang a ceiling fan in your house?
I don't know. We don't.
Okay.
I was just giving that as an example, Madam Mayor,
Right,
something
but
small.
amnesty for, usually amnesty is for people who have like already done things that they should have received a permit for, like ticket amnesty. So like we give them a period of time. I think that's what you're referring to, give them a period of time to get into compliance without any fines or penalty. Okay. Light ticket amnesty. All right. Anything else? All right. Next up, update on East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to open the floor for discussion and possible action with regards to the East Points Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when I initially came on, we were in the process of making a transition from the DMO that we had, and we were looking at going our own route and setting up our own Visitors and Conventions Bureau, which is what we have done. So there have been some concerns that I have and some residents as well with the current Convention and Visitors Bureau that we have. I know she came early in the year. They came early in the year and they kind of let us know, I guess, what their vision is. And from my understanding, this is pretty much a arm's length entity with regards to the type of contact that we can and cannot have with them. So the question, one of the things that I just didn't understand is, I know the money that they use to put heads in bed, so to bring people here to the city, that money, it comes from the hotel motel tax. So the question that I have is, we have an organization that we've put in place. This money is they manage this money. And it's just, I don't know how the interaction that we need to have with them, just so we can figure out what it is that, what their vision is for the city. I know I sent an email with the list of questions that I had for a representative from there. So did they show up tonight?
Mr. King is the
I know he's the
liaison
for the city.
for the city and an ex officio board member for that purpose, to be able to provide information to us. Mr. King, I don't see anyone here tonight from the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau. I think the chairman and staff were not available, and we're planning to be here in December.
Yes, Madam Mayor. When I learned of this on the agenda, then I tried to reach out to the president, Ms. Chantel Francois, and she sent a message back that she was out of the area. She's out of town at the present time. The board you're speaking of, she does report to a 3-member board in terms of, what her duties and responsibilities are. And so they have not had a meeting for my attending. However, I believe she is due to come back to you before us with a report. And if it's your wish, I can definitely, when I'll reach back out to her again, tell her that you'd like to have her come back with a report to you. I think that her situation, she reports to her 3-member body and then lets them know what her plans are. And then in terms of her coming to report, then that's what she'll bring to them, the 3 members of her body, and then go from there. So if it's your wish, I can definitely do that and then let her know that there's a request for her to come before this body. But in my reaching out to her upon my finding out about this item, then I tried to reach out to her, and she said she sent a message that she was out of town.
Okay, so can you, well, I guess the question is about the financial end of it. I know the money, how does that money come into the city? The proceeds that we receive from the hotel motel tax, is it monthly? How often is that money received?
The city does have funds that come through hotel motel, that comes through our finance department, that from the various hotels who have to remit a certain amount every month to the city based on their receipts. And then at that point in time, it's remitted through that process to the entity, which is the DMO. And that DMO then has those funds to utilize based upon the current state restrictions on how those funds are being spent.
Can I ask, I can just ask a series of questions, or is this the 1-2 question deal or what?
You can go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know if he'll be able to answer all of the questions you have, but Mr. King is not on that board. But if you have questions that you think he might be able to answer.
Well, just sort of looking at the questions that I have that I had already sent out like 3 weeks ago. I think she would be more qualified to answer these questions. So I guess, can I make a motion to, excuse me? Yeah, so we can't ask all the time. Excuse me.
You want me to go to some others and come back to you?
No. So I guess the ask is that that we will have someone, a representative from the Conventions and Visitors Bureau, to come and give us a formal report, and they could answer these questions. Can we do that?
You sure can.
Yeah, I think they already are planning to be here
Yeah,
next month. I'm not sure what meeting, but I'm sure they
Right.
shared it with
She had
them.
already planned, as far as I understand, to be here at a date and time. But I can definitely
that
refer
work
that to her.
session?
You want to?
Can they be here next week for work session? Oh, December. Nobody else in that organization, not even the president who has a hotel in the city, is available? Okay.
Anything else, Councilmember Cummings?
No, I mean, we just have some questions and some concerns. And,
Yeah, they've been to present to us several, Ms. Francois came a couple times and provided presentations that we absolutely didn't get from the previous DMO. I think they're planning to come in December. I don't know which date. The president of the board, per the other board members, sent a memo to council regarding communication with the DMO and the protocol for that. And so I'm not sure what date next month they're planning to be here or available to be here, but I know they indicated December. I'm gonna go in order once Councilmember Cummings is done.
okay, well, just so long as that we make sure that we do have someone here so that they can answer the questions. I mean, because I have a lot of questions and no one is here to answer them tonight. And I guess there's only so much you can answer. So just that we can make sure that we will have someone, that they will be here in December, you're saying?
I will inform her that that is your request. I know she had asked, said she definitely would be here. I think she did send something about protocol in terms of how she would be providing information. I will inform her that you would like for her to be here. Do you have a certain meeting in December? You want, because I know they have a first work session or council. But I know she had planned on being here at the upcoming meeting. But
We can just get back and get an official date when she'll be able to come for the meeting, because I'm sure there are members on council and residents as well that just have some questions and some concerns that we do need to have answered. Are you, Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, I appreciate that. If your questions could be sent to the president, I think Neil is his name, because you said all requests or protocols should go, based on the protocol, should go to him. Were you able to send that to him, Councilwoman Star Cummings?
I will send it to him. I know I did.
You sent it to
city manager, members, all members of council.
All right, so the question would be to the city manager, were you able to send that on? Because 3 weeks is enough time to get a response back, whether they're here or not. I mean, if there's in writing, that should be, protocol should be to the council to answer, some questions. And maybe she should resend it to you and Mr. Neal, the president of the DMO. Is that what you prefer? The questions that Councilwoman Cummings sent out 3 weeks ago. Yes, sir.
I'll ask Mr. Shaw. His name is Neil Shaw. He is the chairman of the board.
Did I say it wrong? I thought I said Neil.
Shaw is his
Mr. Neil.
name. He is the chairman of the board.
Yes, sir.
I will inform him that is what your request is, and that you would like him to get a response back as soon as possible.
But the question was, she sent the questions to you. Maybe I missed it. Were you able to forward those questions over to him? I mean, has he been sitting on it for 3 weeks or?
You send them just directly to me. I mean, if you copy me on, they went to Mr. Shaw. Do you want me to ask Mr. Shaw if he responded to the president?
Yes, sir.
Because they are a separate entity. I will be sure to tell him what your request is, and you want him to respond as soon as possible?
Yes.
Okay, I will definitely do that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I truly appreciate that. This question is to the city attorney. According to the DCA, a city council member can be appointed to that board as well. And the council members can vote to have someone sit on that board, to serve as a liaison to the council, to have an understanding as well. Is there something in our records or anything to prohibit that, or is that something that we probably should do in the upcoming year? I mean, I don't know how the structure should be, but according to the DCA and what I've read, council members can be appointed to the board.
Councilmember Renee, I would have to read that again, but I do recall that being the case. And I do recall that it can be accomplished sua sponte, meaning somebody just volunteer. And about the parties, all of the body didn't have any objection to that person volunteering, then that could be the occurrence. But I'll do the research and make sure that I'm right on that and get back with you. But that's my recollection. You're right in the theory of it, that is correct.
And also too, can you, I don't want to give a directive, but I do want to ask another question. As it pertains to the DMO spending money, because I always thought that the definition was beds and heads and beds to promote the city. And I guess one of my questions would be, do city council members have an input in the, I don't know how to say it, the goings on with the DMO, or how they proceed with certain activities that benefits the city, or directly benefits the city, or indirectly benefits the city? And I was trying my best to research that. I didn't have enough time, but I would rather come from the city attorney to see how much input can the council have in the DMO spending factors of the money for the city, directly and indirectly. Because some of the things that I like to see as a DMO, like for instance, if people are looking for Falcons tickets, then the city of East Point pop up, how great it is to be here. You know, the advertising. Because what happens is, if you fly in town or you come in town or whatever, then you come right to East Point. You can come in downtown and enjoy some of our great restaurants, like Rosie's or Thumbs Up, or something like that. Like that would be a direct impact for the city. Some advertisement, those kind of things, Hawks games, Falcons games. Those are some of the things that I would like to see. I know a councilman said they were at the airport and they saw at the carousel, Douglasville popped up, like, come to Douglasville for gumbos, you know, like the great restaurant in gumbos, trying to, you know, like to advertise some of the great things that Douglasville had. So those are some of the things, like, you know, people coming right through East Point to go to downtown Atlanta, they could stop over to get a tank of gas on your way to return your rental car. So those are some of the things that I would like to see as advertisement. And I guess that could be a question for them when they come. But I guess my real question is, like, does council have a way, or could we be informed of how they're spending the money, one, and do we have a say or input in that? Because we have to vote on issues here for DMOs or whatever to participate, I think. And so I just kind of want to know that. And I yield, Madam Mayor. I don't mean to I just want to make sure I'm clear. Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I definitely agree with the concerns and comments made by my colleagues, but I'm going to just dive in a little deeper. I agree, and I understand there's autonomy with this, with the Bureau. However, I think that we can't pretend that we are just helpless here. My concerns are that, yes, in January of this year, I did ask for an update on the CVB, which at what point, I didn't get what I was really asking for. We did get the introduction to, I'm not sure what her title is, the president or the person over the CVB, at which point we were told we were going to be signed up for approximately 20 or so events, and I hadn't seen a single one take place yet. The thing is this, I've talked to a few industry professionals, and they both use this terminology that we should build from within. And that simply means that the efforts that I've seen online and that some of us have seen online are totally international. How does that translate to heads and beds, which is a concept that we often hear? about our hotel motel monies being used and how we garner that attention. I don't understand the marketing strategy here. We need to know what that is. I think that it's been almost a year and there's still no website. That's ridiculous. If you're marketing our city and there's no way to even look at a platform for the city, it's absurd. All that I see, and I'm just going to be honest, this is my personal opinion, is someone using money to go on vacation internationally, stamping passports. We're not here for that. It's great to have international appeal. It's wonderful. We're right here in Metro Atlanta. Hartsville has been, if not still, the busiest airport in the world. We have a lot to offer, and I love East Point. It's a gem. But at this time, we need some questions answered. What happened to the money that the $250,000, the Day of Peace activity? That didn't happen. What's going on? And I think we deserve some answers. So if that person cannot show up to a meeting to speak to this body, that's unacceptable. So I hope that that will happen in December, whenever it needs to happen. But some questions need to be answered here. And those are my concerns. And I hope that we get to dive deeper into those concerns and get some real answers and see some change, some marked change, so that we can see what's really going on with this effort. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is related to a couple things. One is the communication loop. What is that plan for this organization in communicating with the city manager's office? Do you all meet? Do you get a report? Or does it not exist in terms of communication regarding their activities? I know they are operating perhaps as a separate entity, but just curious to know the type of communication loop that's planned between the organizations and the city.
Well, when they have meetings, she'll inform me of their upcoming meetings to attend. And that's pretty much how we've been operating since the beginning of the year. And so they haven't had a meeting as of late. So normally they will have a meeting, then I'll be notified and I can attend the meetings. They've been doing them virtually for the most part. It's up to this point.
Thank you. And I actually sent several questions as well just recently, hoping to hear from her today. So I'm really disappointed that she is not here to address those questions. So I'm looking forward to when she is here to address them. And if it's a particular way I need to send them to her and someone else, I would like to get that information so that I make sure that those questions are addressed and that she's prepared to address them. And then my other point in reading the information about the hotel motel tax information, we should be provided a budget plan about how those taxes are spent. And I think she came and she spoke about different plans. So added to that, we would just like to be in keeping with the requirements, the reporting requirements each fiscal year, to propose a budget for those funds. And then perhaps we can have an input. Also, like what Councilmember Karen Renee mentioned about perhaps having a council member serve on the board. And that way we can have some continuity between the vision for the city and the comprehensive plan and the action of this entity as far as attracting more heads and beds.
So to suggest that someone is unwilling to come speak who has already come to speak to the city council is inappropriate. There's a scheduling issue, and they have indicated that to the city manager some time ago that they would be here in December. To suggest that somebody is inappropriately traveling internationally on the city's dime without any proof of that, I think is a bit reckless. At the state tourism convention this year, as well as the Georgia chapter of Convention and Visitors Bureau, I can't remember the exact name, but they met in East Point at a hotel in East Point and I, and along with Chief Buchanan, attended. They are telling the Convention and Visitors Bureaus across this state to promote the state internationally. If you're gonna put heads in beds, you can't just market to people who live here. They don't need to stay in the hotel. So the idea is that you advertise at other events out of the state, maybe out of the country. There has been a suggestion at those conventions to target and focus on Canada to be able to attract people to destinations here in the state of Georgia. Yes, there has been at those conventions and at that meeting here in East Point with the Georgia chapter to promote international markets. So I'm not suggesting that all of the questions, when people have questions, I always say there should be answers. And Mr. King has indicated that he will provide that information to the chair of the board to be able to get that. But it's very interesting. Again, the previous DMO did nothing to market the city other than spend the district, an event that happened once a year, had to return over $1 million to this city for failure to market the city. And I'm not saying that anyone or any organization is perfect, but I would hope and assume and be optimistic that this council will give as much grace as it extended to a previous DMO that did nothing to market this city, to this new DMO that is creating opportunities to attract people to the city of East Point to stay in hotels. That doesn't happen by marketing just around the city of East Point. It doesn't mean that we have to exclude it. The idea is about the airport and marketing with the Falcons. I mean, those are ways to attract people who don't live in East Point or live in the metro Atlanta area, who come to this area to stay in hotels in East Point. And so I hope we would become or be more open, and be willing to listen to what is being shared. As the city attorney is researching it, the hotel motel tax law is a place to look, as well as the contract that the city signed with the DMO and their bylaws. At the time that those decisions were made, the council was aware of the ability to designate a council member, and the decision was to designate the city manager to serve in that capacity to report to this mayor and council. Doesn't mean that that decision cannot be changed, but that's how the city manager became the designated ex officio member of that board. And so, Mr. King, as soon as you get the date from the DMO, of their availability and what meeting they plan to attend, if you could share that with all of us so we would know when they will be here in the month of December, as well as if you get the response to the questions that are shared with you, if you could share with all of us as well. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only thing, if I may piggyback on some of your comments, the city, we as council people have a arm's length distance with this hotel visitors bureau because they collect taxes. So we in no way tell them how to spend money, approve how they spend money. That's why there is a board. So we don't have any means of participating in that process. And one of the things I would like to add too is the previous administrator of these funds did nothing to advertise the city. And just one additional fact, I did see the mayor on Channel 2 dancing in a key commercial from the DMO that they put out there. So they did use funds to advertise East Point on television, which is something I have never seen. And so I just want to add that additional information as we begin to consider and question what's really happening too, so that we can have a balanced perspective. And I'm sure when the Conventions Bureau come, they'll be ready to answer these much needed questions.
Councilmember Clemens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that they are not doing things that they should or should not be doing. The question is, I just feel that at some point we should have some sort it's our city. This is the city council for the city of East Point. I think, and also with regards to the residents, just some sort of input on how we would like our city to be shown. Ms. McCullough, could you please, the picture that I sent to you, the email, can you pull that up? So when I'm talking about something that's advertised in the city, no. And even if they do it on the international level, and I guess the local level was with the mayor that was on television doing the commercial, but we want to try and get as many people to see the city as possible and to know about the city. So I was the person that was traveling through Hartsfield Jackson International and going through the terminal to pick up, yes. So this was a picture that I saw as I was picking my luggage up from the terminal. And these are some of the things that I would like to see. But this is at the luggage terminal. Everybody that comes through and they pick their luggage up. This was Douglas County. They also had the city of Covington that was there. So this popped up at every one of the terminals. Everybody comes through and everybody picks up their luggage. So this is a way that you'll see the city. The city of Atlanta had something as well. Find me in Covington. So these are the things that I'm talking about that I would like to see for the city to advertise the city. And this was something that had they been here this evening, well, maybe we'll get to show them in December as well. But these are the things that we're talking about when we're saying that we want to showcase the city. And this was on a local level. And I think, like I say, what other place, an international airport, the world's busiest airport, that you would definitely, everybody would get an opportunity to see this. So these are some of the things that I was talking about that I think will be good for the city. Thank you.
So when I met with the general manager of the airport, I asked about how those advertisements are secured and shared that information along with the contact person with the DMO. So they probably have been talking with them about securing advertising space for East Point in the airport. Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Renee.
Thank you. I just want to go back and say this. My comments stand. I'm not being reckless with what I said. I'm being just honest with my opinions, and that stands. We were told about several events in January. As much as she's come here before us, I hadn't heard any financials. I haven't heard any results as to what those efforts have led to in terms of heads and beds since ever. There have been presentations, and in fact, the last presentation, we could barely make it out because the video was stretched. There were sound quality issues. There's not even a graphic designer to make a decent flyer. Again, there's no website. Have you gone to the website to see the landing page? The meeting dates are incorrect or passed on this one page. This needs to get brought together. It needs to be polished. This is a city, and we can't defend this. All we're saying is that there are just some things we need and desire to happen and change. Domestic building from within doesn't mean you're appealing to people in your city. Building from within just means that you're branding your city in a way that you're attracting people. What about conventions, family reunions, those types of things? It's okay to market internationally. No one's against that, but you build from within. It's an industry standard. So I don't see any building at all. So the thing is, that's what I would like to see. And I think some of our residents would like to see that. Some of our colleagues, my colleagues here would like to see that. This needs to be shored up, fixed, and get changed so that we're moving in a direction that makes, to me, more sense. Right now, it just seems helter-skelter with no vision, no real effort. I want to hear financials, which I think that's what Councilmember Renee and Cummings are both stating. We need to hear the meat of it and throw away these bones. We need substance, and that's what's lacking. Thank you.
Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't trying to be, disrespectful, but if a city council member sends out an email and asking questions about 3 weeks ago to a partner that we partner with and have business within the city. I just think that it's all fair, whether they come or not, at least answer the questions. I just think that, like they're traveling, they're out of town. I understand that, but surely someone on the staff could address some of the questions or even respond back to the email. I think that's just good business. 3 weeks is truly good business. And a follow-up, like, hey, we will be here in December, but these are the answers to your questions. I think it wouldn't be prudent if they came here and they say, well, we saw the email, but we didn't answer the questions. And when they get here, they'll say, we'll come back. Or, and then we get the no answers. I think that would be fair, to have them just answer some of the questions, share it with some of the share it with the council members so that, or the residents, so that everybody will be abreast of it. So anyway, I think I just wanted to say that because that kind of blew my mind, the 3 weeks, and no response. And they're good partners. I just want to make sure that we all have a better understanding. Thank you, and I yield.
Mr. King, it also may be helpful to make sure all of the board members of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau, whom the president, Chantel Francois, reports to, receive it. So if you can make sure board member Neil Shaw, board member Attorney Charles Johnson, and board member Patsy Joe Hilliard of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau organization and business receive it, because I'm sure they would want to be informed of what's being requested as well as what is being asked about and said about this organization. So if you can make sure you loop them in.
I sure will. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Question,
Councilmember Shropshire.
will they also be included to attend the meeting as well?
I think they should all be aware of the ask to come, and they as the leaders of their organization can decide how they want to respond to this request. Yes.
Thank you.
Next, anything else, Councilmember Cummings? Next up, alcohol consumption on premises ordinance. Councilmember Shropshire, motion to open the floor.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to open the floor for discussion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I think we all know we've been dealing with this for some time. I've attended several Center Park meetings, and it was brought to my attention maybe like last year, maybe the year before last. And I've always asked, and I've always said, there are certain businesses should not be close to a neighborhood that's causing a problem. I've always said that every time we've had this discussion. We really have to look at the ordinance to see how we change it. And I agree with one of the comments that was made by Linda. We should have changed the ordinance when we had Central Station, and we knew that that was a problem. We should have changed the ordinance when we had U-Bar, and we knew that was a problem. And it's like a cycle that keeps repeating itself. It's almost as if there's no respect when you come to neighborhoods and the businesses. And you have to respect the neighborhood because the neighborhoods were there before the businesses. When the businesses is gone, the neighborhood is going to be there. So we have to look at an ordinance, look at the time, because no business should serve alcohol at 5 o'clock in the morning. They don't do that in Atlanta. So we have to change what this ordinance says and put a time in place because it is causing a problem in neighborhoods. And it's just not that. I've been informed that a restaurant right downtown next to customer service is becoming a problem. So we have to fix these problems before things like this happen. One is too many that are getting killed. It's too many. So what do we do to fix the problem? And I see that our interim attorney sent a ordinance. So I'm going to yield to the mayor to ask if he can speak to this ordinance. And I'll yield for any other comments to see about changing the time on when these businesses, I mean, you don't have to close, but it should be a last call for alcohol time.
So I echo the sentiments and have every time that this has been on the agenda said we need to do something. This is negatively impacting the quality of life of our residents. What is it that we can do? Can we change the time that alcohol is being served? We know we don't have nightclubs licensed in our city. Can we do something about the auditing of their alcohol receipts? And on that, we were trying to wait for GMA. We are a member of that organization. They provide a service to cities. I believe at our last work session, the city attorney suggested that we do our own solicitation to get someone in for that. So I'm hopeful that we're going to be doing that. I want to say to the residents who are here from Center Park that my absence from the meeting was not because I'm not concerned or passionate about it. I actually wasn't invited to the meeting. I didn't receive the information for the meeting nor the link to the meeting. So I wasn't able to attend the meeting. But rest assured that I remain committed. And every time that we've talked about this, it has been, what can we do now? Because this is negatively impacting the quality of life of our residents. It's a safety concern. Staff indicated that the police and the city attorney and our city manager will be looking at some things. I think Councilmember Bailey even brought up an ordinance not too long ago, and there were concerns about some of the provisions in it. So this has been something that has been in the works for far too long. I agree that we need to make changes. I don't believe it's a zoning ordinance, and so I'm not sure. Is it a zoning ordinance? If it's not a zoning ordinance, then the public hearing requirement isn't needed. We literally can just discuss it at a work session and change the ordinance, right? And make changes. And so my ask is that we put it on the November 13th work session this Monday. We find out whether or not it's something that has to go through zoning, because that requires publication and publishing the notice of hearing, having a public hearing, all of that. But we need to know what is required, if that's required, or if it's just in our non-zoning ordinance, in the regular other ordinance side of the house, where we can adopt the ordinance at a regular meeting of the East Point City Council. And if we have it at our April 13th work session, we can discuss it. I like the recommendations of midnight for places that I would even say earlier, but I'll go with y'all on midnight in Hateville. If that is the recommendation for places that are close to residential, it is absolutely unacceptable for people to have to hear and be disturbed by loud noise and groups of people and cars and all of that. And it is not to target any business. This ordinance would apply to everyone. And while, yes, if a business currently has a license, there may be some issue of going back because they got a license under the ordinance as it existed. If I'm not mistaken, every business has to renew their license every year. If it's not every year, it's every other year. Whenever that renewal comes up, they're going to be under this new ordinance if it takes effect, or when it takes effect, not if, when it takes effect. So the 12 o'clock for residential, 2 o'clock from for any other establishment that sells alcohol on premises. Again, we are not targeting anyone. Unfortunately, it has manifested in certain situations that we've had to respond to. But as Linda said, if we already had ordinances in place, then we would be able to just enforce those things that are already there as they do in Atlanta. So I look forward to this being on Monday's work session agenda. And hopefully, if it's not a zoning situation, it being placed on a very soon thereafter council meeting agenda. Haste does make waste, so I'm not gonna suggest that we rush through, but if it doesn't have to go through the zoning process of publication and public hearing and those different things, the timing may be shorter. So again, I'm definitely committed. My absence was not a lack of commitment, it's a lack of information. And being invited to the meeting or information being shared with the mayor of the city regarding that meeting that took place prior to the meeting happening. There was a Hail Mary during the meeting of someone sending me a link, but at that point I had a conflict. So I look forward to the Monday work session. Councilmember Robertson, Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to echo my agreement with my colleague. I think this should be a high priority because, again, Center Park has been speaking to us and talking to us over and over again, and then we get to a second homicide and there is blood on the streets, and that's enough. So this should be a high priority. We need to do better and make sure this is blanketed around the whole city of East Point to protect it. Again, yes, Ms. Trammell was right. This should have been something that we should have been proactive on. And I think right now we're going to be moving forward in that direction. And my heart goes out to all those who had to deal with that situation at Center Park and all the tragedy that's been taking place. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want us to be cognitive about what we do because we have good businesses like chairs that could be adversely affected by what we do. So I think we should be considerate because chairs is within certain distance of residential. The same thing with rich and poor. And when we put our commons development online, then there would be additional residential property that's close to that too. So yes, there's a concern. Yes, there needs to be action that's done. We have been, in fact, I'm going to ask the city attorney a question. Has there been any movement in order to address the problem of these neighbors?
Councilmember Butler, on Saturday of last week, I think it was, I went out to Center Park community myself and walked the entire neighborhood and knocked on doors, and I spoke with 27 homeowners and listened to what they had to share. Excuse me. Then I convened at their to possibly address the issue that today on Sunday. Madam Mayor, I did not invite everybody here because I didn't want to create a quorum. I apologize. I will speak with Madam Mayor and apologize in person for that. But that was the intent of it. I wanted to make sure that the people who were directly representing those communities were there. And after that meeting, we came up with kind of solutions, I guess, temporary. And I then met with the owners of Crush on that following Tuesday. So we've done a lot of work in a condensed period of time. And in meeting with them, they have agreed to the following, that they will close nightly at 11 o'clock p.m., that they will have the lot and the property free of any and all patrons no later than 11:45 p.m., that they must submit an approved security/safety plan addressing safety, security, and the time issues, and that no change will occur until it is approved by solicitor's office, police chief, and the fire chief, along with the defendant's input. No tables and chairs to be moved to create a dance floor, as there is no dancing at this establishment and should not be encouraged or allowed. Number 5, maximum capacity is 80 people, including the staff. Defendants must remain under or at capacity at all times and must use a post-certified officer at the door with a clicker that identifies the number, subject to inspection at any time by East Point official. Number 6, the entire area of the restaurant, including a VIP area that they had, must be available for regular guest seating. Number 7, they must increase their police presence to 3 people. They think at 2. But that doesn't change the time. The time's still 11. Number 8, they must submit their gross receipts from their point of sale system to the city within 60 days for audit to determine further if the defendant is operating as a nightclub or restaurant. In my conversation today with Rushi, he indicated that he sent the contract over to that provider that I referenced to you all about 3 weeks ago. He has not gotten that contract back, so nobody has started that audits from GMA standpoint. I did speak with the city manager and the chief of police about the potential of bringing someone in to do that through one of these offices to make sure that it gets done. Next, defendant Crush must take a 8-session virtual course on community and corporate ethics. And then it says any and all other requirements, including fines, jail, etc., not fully addressed herein shall be reserved for a later date, meaning that there are still other things that will happen in the event that this goes forward to a trial. When they signed it and I signed it, it became an agreement between them and us, my office. However, Judge Oliver did sign it today, so it is now an order of the court. As such, I will be sending this order. It has been filed with the court clerk. I will be sending a copy of it to, I believe one of the owners is here tonight. I'll make sure they get a copy. Well, they would have gotten a copy of it once it was signed by the judge, automatically distributed. But I'll make sure that this body also gets a copy of it.
So my question is, this business now has to close at 11 o'clock?
Nightly, yes, sir.
So that's part of the reason I want you guys to be heard, because I'll be candid. When I discovered in the very beginning that this establishment had security with an AK-47, I was alarmed, disturbed, and I figured that is egregious behavior. If you have to have a business where your security has to have a machine gun to protect patrons, we don't want that business in East Point. That's egregious. I had a conversation with the police chief about it, and the law allows for people to carry. So when I tell you, I want the neighborhood to know that I don't like that. But what I don't want to do is throw the baby out with the bathwater, because we do have good businesses like Chairs that abide by the rules. They're next to residential properties, and we don't have these issues. So how long are they supposed to be closing at 11 o'clock?
It is nightly until they have submitted an approved security safety plan.
And what's the timetable for that? And my follow-up question is, what prevents them from duplicating the bad behavior which have us in this place, in this situation anyway? And my final question is, I don't want anybody on my street with a loud car partying and parking in my neighborhood and doing things either. But if we put no parking signs, then when you guys have a barbecue or things like that, then we have to enforce the same thing. So we want to meet the needs of the community immediately. And by having them immediately close at 11 o'clock does that. But it's not a long-term solution. So I did ask 3 questions. The 4th question is, if the audit comes back and they are making more money with alcohol than food, does that require them to change their license to a nightclub?
I'll answer the last question because that's the one I remember, and I'm gonna answer the last one. It would essentially mean that Ms. Smith, who is the Director of Planning and Community Development, can actually revoke actually their business license because they'll be operating outside the terms thereof. So she does have that authority. And then you had other questions.
The other question was, what is a reasonable timetable for the people in Center Park to expect that this business will be operating until 11 o'clock?
So it's for the near future for sure. I did go by Mr. Zayek's house once we left the special call meeting on Wednesday, and he was having a meeting of the community. So I was able to talk to them and go through the entire agreement order and give them some solace with respect to the fact that it is in place now. I know that there are some concerns about parking on the street and things of that nature, but without creating a gratuity issue that may be difficult to accomplish. If they get me a security safety plan that the chief of fire and police are okay with in the next 2 weeks, then I intend to meet with them, meet with the people over at Center Park. I don't have to meet with them because they sent me an email, a real long email, because I asked them to send me the things that they wanted to have considered. So consider those things inside of it, and then do another agreement that is holistic and comprehensive, kind of like what we did. And to Councilmember Sharpshire's point, you're right. We probably should have plugged this hole during Central Station, and then again during U-Bar. But we're here, and I was not sitting in this seat during either of those times.
Is it possible to make them stay closed or close at 11 o'clock until an audit is done, no matter how long that takes?
Well, if they agree to it or if the court orders it, yes. Because right now, what they've done is agree to it because they understood the concerns of the community and of the city. So they were actually very gracious and agreed to most everything that we asked for, with the exception of a couple of things, but they're in there anyway because they eventually agreed to it. I anticipate that we will start working on that safety plan by the end of this week or first of next week. I've already gotten a draft of it, but it's a pretty skeletal draft, and it needs to have a lot more meat on it.
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, for taking up. I'm gonna be done. Is it possible to ask them to have valet parking, where then that way the valet will be responsible for the parking, and then they won't be parking in neighborhoods?
It is. However, if we do that, the city has a requirement that if you have valet parking, that valet company must have a separate business license and certificate of occupancy. So, or business license for sure. So to that end, most businesses didn't want to do that. I did share that with them, that that's something they could do. They were actually excited about that option. So maybe that'll be something that they employ, but they would have to get that business license, of course.
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Shropshire.
One of the problems I hope we don't have on the 13th when we have the work session is the very problem that you're having right now. Okay. And while we're talking, I'm watching the body language of the chief in the back of the room. We had a little short conversation before council meeting started. We touched on this topic, not at the level we're discussing right now. Whatever we do, we need to take under consideration issues the chief is going to have to deal with. While we're talking about this stuff, I'm having flashbacks of younger days, okay? I'm an MP sergeant in South Korea assigned to a particular duty to clean up a particular alleyway with a bunch of soldiers. We ain't got time to walk around there with a book giving us 20 or 30 different individual laws we got to deal with. We got a problem, we got to fix it right now, kind of a thing. And what we have here is we're trying to serve too many masters, okay? You got to narrow this thing down to what's your basic problem, work on the solution, then fix that. And for that moment, basically nothing else matters. Now we can just talk about 20,000 ways of dealing with this problem, and none of them really work. Let's establish what our real mission is going to be on this. We focus on that. We get that corrected, we may move to a second one. But if that work session discussion represents anything that we've already done here, we're going to spend a whole lot of time talking and not really get anything accomplished. You're not going to save or satisfy everybody's interest in this. It's just not going to happen. So let's get it down to what is the core problem you want to fix. And that's what we zero in on immediately. Because we're just going to talk our way into 4 or 5 more problems with nothing else really being solved. And still keep in mind, whatever we do, police enforcement has to be able to deal with that, and it can't be complicated. Okay? It won't be none of this stuff about, well, take me back to where you got the rules posted on the back wall. None of that kind of foolishness. All right? If you want to stop all the noise out in the parking lot, stop the drinking after a certain hour, you zero right in on that. You know, if that's our top problem, that's what we zero in on. Will there be some collateral damage? It may be. But unless we narrow down what the immediate goal needs to be, we're just blowing smoke. And I hope that doesn't happen in the work session. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Let me say thank you to Center Park. Just like the mayor, and I represent Center Park. I represented the whole Center Park. And then when the redistricting came, it was divided. I too did not receive an invite. So it can't possibly be only to the people who represents the area. I received an invite from Center Park about 4 o'clock on that Sunday. So I want to say thank you for that, for inviting me, because I didn't get an invite either, even though I represent Center Park. But I want to say this. I want something to be put in place that we no longer have these problems. From my understanding, chairs stop serving alcohol at 12. So does rich and poor. So I don't think anybody would be impacted by whatever decision that council makes or whatever decision that council put in place. But we have to put something in place because it's creating a problem and has been for some time. And if we don't, we're going to keep on repeating these same problems. So I agree with the mayor. It has to be put on, let's put it on the work session. Let's see what we can do to get the time change, whatever process we have to go through. But we have to make it, we have to go through that process. So I think it was, and this is my, in this, I brought this, so I will ask that it goes to the work session and ask if the attorney brings us back. What, are you saying no, we can't do that?
I am.
So we're not gonna do this, period. Like ever again. Councilmember Shropshire is your item. You could place it on the work session. You've expressed a desire to have an ordinance that, along with the agenda item at the work session, which has been done with a number of items, and then we can address it then. Number of previous items for a number of previous meetings and previous agendas. I will say this.
Let me say this. I'm not going to be disrespected.
I got you, Councilman Shropshire. So let me just say this, that It takes, per our charter, 6 council members or 5 council members and the mayor to make up a quorum. The business in question is in Ward A, which borders Ward B. Now some of Central, Center Park, you got me thinking about Central Station. Part of Center Park is in Ward B and some is in Ward A. So if the invitation was to the ward representatives that directly represent that area, there's 2 for Ward A, plus 2 for Ward B, plus the mayor would have made 5 and not 6. Again, I didn't receive the information. Councilmember Cook mentioned serving too many masters, and be very clear that the residents of this city are our supervisors and always will be my top priority in decision making. And the residents' quality of life is prioritized over business interests because businesses will do what you ask them to do or require them to do if they feel like they're in a market where they're gonna make money, right? If they can reach their profit, they will do business here. But I will always prioritize people over profit. Mr. Themes suggested earlier maybe an entertainment district. We have a downtown architectural overlay district for like the architecture in downtown. Maybe, and I wasn't aware of the time that Crush and Richard Poor have last call. So the recommendation by the residents of midnight for within 100 feet wouldn't impact them because they're already operating in that way. But if this is something we want to talk about and consider and discuss long term, then maybe we should consider or explore or think about an entertainment district for downtown East Point in the event that we want to make some of those other flexibility, have other flexible ordinances in a place that's more urban, designed to be more interactive, more vibrant for an extended period of time. Maybe that entertainment district that was suggested would be something to look at as well. And then the last thing is hours of operation of businesses. And I've asked about this before. So that's outside of the alcohol license, or excuse me, the hours of selling alcohol, the last call. Can we regulate or do we regulate how long businesses can stay open? So a part of it tells me that, maybe there are some businesses that do shipping or distribution or something where they're operating in the middle of the night. So maybe that's not something that we can regulate or something that we do. But again, this is not about a specific business. This is about having things in place in this city that protect the quality of life of our residents so that when people come into our city, they know that we prioritize our residents and their quality of life and that they have to do business within the ordinances that we have set. And so, Madam City Clerk, this is Councilwoman Shropshire's item. She asked for it to go to the November 13th work session. There's also a request that we have a draft ordinance, as has been requested for a number of previous different items for that work session, unless somebody has an objection to that being provided to us. We expect to have that on November the 13th and then discuss whether or not it's a zoning ordinance and it has to go through the protracted zoning process, which also might include going before Planning and Zoning Commission, all of those things. Or if so, what that timeline is. And if not, what is a timeline that we can put in place to address this with a sense of urgency, but not haste, because haste makes waste. But we want to make sure that we prioritize it with a sense of urgency. All right, so that concludes our items on the agenda for tonight. We will now go to comments from council. I don't think we didn't table anything. Do we have any comments from council? Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add some things for the upcoming work session. I like to have an update on our Airbnb. if we could have them come in and give us an update on short-term rentals. I'm sorry, yes, short-term rentals. Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we, November 13th. An update on that. And also this too, this was mentioned on the last city council meeting, our phone systems update. If we could get, I don't know how to say it, but a phone system update where we have direct lines to departments. So that if there's a problem when residents are calling, so that they can go right to the department itself. Because right now, when you dial into the city, it is kind of like a quagmire trying to figure out like who's where, especially if you don't know the department person's head name. I mean, the names of who's in the departments. It's really like you could dial any number. It's really a mess. And hopefully we can have some discussion about the phone systems and how we can update our phone systems where if you want to go to, I'm just giving an example, to the fire department, then it will go to the fire department administration. And people can ask their questions. Are you giving out smoke detectors or whatever that may need, or are you installing them? So, or if they want to call to the water department, we have a leak on something or whatever. I don't know, but if they wanted to go to call the water department, they will get the water department direct line to the water department if they had a question or a problem. With that customer service the same way if they needed to do those things. I just think that we need to kind of update the phone systems. We've heard a lot of complaints when residents call in. It gives you kind of like a loop, and I've tried it over the past weekend and not past weekend, last week, and to get a better understanding. So thank you. If we could, and I hope I gave you a little clarity on that, how we can move through. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Bailey. Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to point out that the Morehouse School of Medicine Clinic did open a few days ago. It's in Ward B in Buggy Works, a soft opening there. That is, they're going to do a hard opening in January, and they are actually seeing patients currently. So if you're in search of a primary care physician, Morehouse School of Medicine, top notch, and is a good place to start looking for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's from council. I have an announcement for our Parks and Recreation Department. They will host on November 17th at 6 p.m. the first annual East Point Academic Bowl. So come support our scholars. They will be competing, I think, this against youth from the city of Atlanta. It's at Jefferson Park Recreation Center, 1431 Norman Berry Drive. Again, that's November the 17th. I think that's a Friday at 6 p.m. East Point's first annual Academic Bowl, sponsored by our Parks and Recreation Department at Jefferson Park Recreation Center at 1431 Norman Berry Drive. Thank you to everyone again who came tonight. Tomorrow is election day. The statement that I read at the beginning of the meeting, I released right before the council meeting as well, and it's been shared. So please encourage everyone to vote. Every election is critical to progress. So your vote is your power. Vote tomorrow, November 7th. The polls are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the polling locations for Ward A are the Bowden Senior Center and East Point First Malibu Church. For Ward B, also Bowden Senior Center and Jefferson Park Recreation Center. For Ward C, St. Stephen Missionary Baptist Church and Woodland Middle School. And for Ward D, Brookview Elementary School and Camp Creek Middle School. So those are the 7 locations. Ward A and B, some of Ward A and B share the Bowden Center, please make sure you either look at the updated precinct card that you received from Fulton County or go to the Georgia My Voter page. And I said the website a little bit earlier. I don't have it pulled up right now. I think it's mvp.sos.ga.gov. So do we have any executive session items from the city attorney? I'm sorry, Councilmember Cummings.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Real quick, tomorrow we'd like to wish a happy birthday to my colleague, Miss Karen Renee. And on Thursday, Councilmember Stephanie Gordon, will be celebrating birthdays. So I'm assuming it will be their 21st anniversary of their 21st birthday. But happy birthday, ladies.
21st birthday, ladies. Do 21st plus. Oh, 21st. Oh my. But what it's bad when it's beyond that. It's beyond the 21st anniversary of the 21st birthday. It's not bad. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. It is absolutely a blessing. All right. Happy birthday, ladies. I would sing my song but just imagine me singing happy birthday in my Stevie Wonder voice. How about that?
I'm sorry.
City attorney, do you have any executive session items?
No, ma'am.
City manager, do you have any executive session items?
No, ma'am.
Council,
I do.
Councilmember Bailey.
3 personnel.
4 personnel.
Okay, 4 personnel. Councilmember Renee, you about to make the motion, or?
I was going to say 1 personnel, but I think somebody must have
Well,
covered.
let's do
one.
5 just in case.
Just in case,
personnel.
okay. All right.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we adjourn to executive session for 5 personnels.
So moved. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in executive session.
We ready? Madam Mayor, motion to reconvene.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes?
Motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. I can't make the motion. Hey. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Good night, East Pointers. Vote tomorrow.